I am Marissa, your Spanish teacher. If you are wanting to learn Spanish in a short amount of time, then this is the course for you.
And I am Rob. You can call me Roberto. I will be learning with you as you go through this course. I'll probably have a lot of questions for the teacher and also for you.
In this course, we're going to immerse ourselves in the Spanish language in a few practical ways that will have you learning Spanish quickly. You will learn the building blocks of the Spanish language, learning both vocabulary and grammar, gaining the ability to have basic conversations. We'll learn some practical vocab words like names of typical places you may go and greetings. And we'll also learn grammar so we know how to form sentences that clearly communicate what we need. Through quizzes, flashcards, and exercises, this course will have lots of ways for you to review what you have learned, allowing you to reinforce the knowledge that you are learning in each lesson. After each lecture, we will provide multiple ways for you to practice what we have just learned so we can make sure that you are retaining the necessary information to speak like a pro. Throughout the course, we'll make sure to check in with you to ensure you are following along. Lastly, we'll go on animated adventures. Together with Roberto, we will take what we have learned about the Spanish language and go into environments where we can start to imagine how we can use our new vocabulary. This will allow you to visually imagine how what we're learning will apply in real life. Roberto, your fellow Estudiante, will often need your help and support as he navigates these new environments.
So what are you waiting for? Let's start learning Spanish!
Vocabulario. Saludos. Vocabulary. Greetings. In this lesson, we're going to learn about saludos, or greetings. The first thing that you do when you meet someone new is you greet them. So let's talk about how to do that in Spanish. We will focus on structure and grammar in future lessons, but to begin, let's learn some basic phrases. All right, we have 13 phrases to go through, so let's get started and repeat after me. If someone were to wave at you, you could say, hola, or hello. In contrast, if someone was leaving and waving at you, you could say, adios, or goodbye. If you wanted to thank your cashier, your waiter, your friend, or host family, you could say, gracias, or thank you. Now, if you're walking in a store and someone is in your way, you could say, con permiso, or excuse me. Alternatively, if you accidentally bumped into someone in the store, you could say, perdón, or pardon me. A less formal way of saying perdón would be to say, lo siento, or I'm sorry. When meeting someone for the first time, it's best to say, mucho gusto, which means, nice to meet you. An appropriate response to this would be, igualmente, or likewise. Also, when you first meet someone, you should probably introduce yourself. To do this, you would say, me llamo, which means my name is. So for my name, I would say, me llamo Marissa. Similarly, to ask someone what their name is, you would use the phrase, ¿Cómo te llamas? Or, what is your name? Lastly, to casually greet someone in the morning, you would say, buenos días, which means good morning. However, if it were the afternoon, you would say, buenas tardes, or good afternoon. And at night, you would say, buenas noches, which means good night. Good job powering through. I'll see you on our next adventure. Hi, class. Roberto and I are going on a live TV station to practice our saludos.
All right, class. I have an earpiece in, so when our Maestra asks a question, if I don't know how to answer it, I'll pick up this pencil, or drink some coffee, or touch my chin as I stall and wait for you to tell me the answer.
And action. Roberto, How do you say good morning?
Buenos días.
How do you say good evening?
Buenas noches.
How do you say nice to meet you?
Mucho gusto.
How do you say goodbye?
Adiós.
How do you say likewise?
Igualmente.
How do you say good afternoon?
Buenas tardes.
All right, that's it. Great job, Roberto. Great job, class.
Stay classy.
Thanks for stopping by.
El alfabeto. It's important that we understand the building blocks of the Spanish language. In order to know how to pronounce, read, and write, we must first learn the alphabet. The great thing about Spanish is that, unlike English, it's phonetic. This means that the way a word is spelled is how it will sound. Once we learn the alphabet, it will be easy for us to know how to pronounce and say a word. Let's take a look at the whole Spanish alphabet first, and then we'll go letter by letter and practice saying each one. Take a look at the Spanish alphabet. Both English and Spanish have roots in the Latin language. Therefore, their alphabets are similar. Notice what looks similar and what looks different.
Okay, before we go learn how to pronounce all the letters of El Alfabeto Español, here's a little tip for better pronunciation. In English, we tend to speak so our mouths are half open. However, Spanish speakers comparatively open their mouths much wider when they talk. This may feel a little silly, but as we go through the alfabeto, especially on the vocales or the vowels, exaggerate how wide you would open your mouth. A is our first vocal or vowel. When you say A, open your mouth wide and almost do a half yawn. Ah. B. When you say B, almost add a V sound to it. B. C. Che. Che is our first consonant that is different in the Spanish alphabet. De. E. E is our second vowel. Imagine you're saying hey to a friend, but taking off the H. E. F. He. H. E. Now E is our third vowel. We want to make sure that we're pronouncing our vowels very purely because this will make or break your accent. Imagine you're saying bee like a bumblebee, but taking off the B. And remember to over-exaggerate how much you're moving your mouth. E. Jota. Jota, or what we know as J in English, normally takes on the sound of an H. Ka. Ele. Eye. Eme. Ene. Enye. O. Now, O is another vowel that is important. Open your mouth wide and almost imagine that you're Santa Claus saying ho ho ho, but take off the H. O. Pe. Ku. R. R. Now, these double R's, R, can be tricky for English speakers. If you have not rolled your R's before and want to practice, it may seem a little bit silly at first, but I promise that you'll be able to do it eventually. Take the tip of your tongue and place it behind your two front teeth. Now blow air really fast. If you can't do this, a quick temporary fix is to pronounce KD really fast. Kada, kada. Ese. te. U. U is our last vowel. Imagine that you're trying to scare someone and you say boo, except take off the B. U. Be. Now when you say the V in Spanish, almost put a B sound to it. Be. W. X. Y. And last but not least, zeta. Great job! You did it! Now on to the next adventure.
Hi, it's me, Marissa, your Maestra, your teacher. I'm here with Roberto, your fellow student, to review the alphabet.
Hi, I am muy emocionado, or very excited to review the alphabet with you. Look up on the board to find the alphabet. It looks like something is missing though. Can you name it? That's right, the vowels.
Roberto, what is the first vowel that we are missing?
Is it a, as in cat?
I'm sorry, that is not correct. Class, can you help Roberto? That's right, ah, which is pronounced ah, like the sound you would make if you were yawning. Okay, what's next?
E.
Close. Can you tell Roberto how to pronounce the second vowel? That's right, eh, like saying hey to a friend without the H.
Thanks for the help.
Okay, Roberto, what is the third vowel?
I want to say I, like eyeball, but I think it is E. Is that right?
Class, what do you think? Yes, that is correct. Good job, Roberto. Good job, class. Okay, class, what is the next vowel?
Easy. O, as in oh boy, Roberto, you are doing great.
I am very proud of you. Okay, last vowel. What is the last vowel?
I'm not sure. Can I phone a friend? Class, help. I know it is you in English, but how do you say it in Espanol? Perfect. Thank you. Maestra, is it u?
Great job. Class, let's all say the vowels together.
A, E, I, O, U.
Vocabulario. Fruta. Vocabulary. Fruit. In this lesson, we're going to take what we learned in Lesson 1 and apply it by learning to pronounce some new words. Throughout this course, we will learn vocabulary words through themes. This lesson's theme is fruit, or fruta. Let's walk through how this lesson will work. A word and picture will pop up on the screen. The picture will signify what the word means. I will first pronounce the word and then give you a few seconds to repeat after me. So for example, right now, we're trying to say the word for apple, which is manzana. If you don't pronounce the word perfectly, don't get discouraged. It takes time for our mouth and tongue muscles to learn new sounds. Also, we'll have plenty of practice throughout this course for you to practice your pronunciation. Remember, language is best learned through reinforcement, use, and practice, so be sure to complete all the activities at the end of this course. All right, now we have 7 vocab words to go through, so let's push through and let's get started. All right, let's start with our first word. ¿Cómo se dice, or how do you say, apple in Spanish? Manzana. Manzana. Now let's practice saying the word for grape. Uva. Uva. Now let's move on to one of my favorite fruits, the orange. ¿Cómo se dice orange? Naranja. Naranja. All right, we're over halfway through. Let's say the word for strawberry. Fresa. Fresa. All right, now we're at the word for watermelon. This word's a little bit interesting because if you look at it, there is a little slash above the I. This is an accent mark. Accent marks go over vowels and signal emphasis. The syllable that includes the accent mark is the syllable that is stressed and emphasized. So if we were to put emphasis on the syllable where the accent mark is in the word for watermelon, we would say sandia instead of sandia. Make sense? The difference is subtle, but it is important to master pronunciation. Let's say this word together one more time. Sandia. All right, now let's practice with our sixth fruit. How would you say banana? Plátano. Remember that when pronouncing this word, you want to put emphasis on the syllable with the accent. So it should sound like plátano. Okay, now we're at the word for pineapple. Don't forget that the N with the squiggly line above it, also called a tilde, is pronounced ñe. It's a bit longer than an N, so this word will be pronounced piña. Piña. Good job! We have now completed the first section of this lesson. Feel free to browse back through the lesson at any time if you want to review what we have just learned. Otherwise, see you in our next adventure! Hey! Now that we have learned some vocab, let's see if you can help Roberto with his shopping. He is learning Espanol as well. Roberto, would you please grab the fresa?
Is this it?
No, that is a manzana. Can you point to the fresa to help Roberto? You will? Thank you. That's it. Bueno, good job. Roberto, can you pick out la piña?
Yes, I think I know this time. Is this it?
That's it. You got it. Okay, I have a really hard challenge for you now. Can you point to the plátano and the sandia?
Uh-oh, I am very nervioso. Please help.
Great job with your vocabulary. Okay, last question. We haven't learned colors yet, so it's okay if you don't know this. We will learn colors later. But which fruta is morada?
Is it the plátano?
No, that is amarillo, yellow. Can you help Roberto find the fruta morada? That's it, the uva. We'll see you in the next lesson to learn some more. Hola clase y bienvenido, or welcome, to Storytime. Throughout this course, I will read you a short story and give you a chance to see how much you understand and comprehend. For those of you who are beginners, you may only understand some of what I am saying. However, as we dive further into the course, you'll be able to understand more and more. For now, just focus on picking out and recognizing the vocab words we have already learned. For those of you who are more advanced, try to see if you can understand and translate the sentences that I am saying. As the course progresses, there will be less and less English. After story time, be sure to take the short quiz where you get to test your comprehension and see how much you understood. All right, now let's go read. Página 1. Voy a la tienda para comprar algunas frutas. Yo quiero una fresa y un plátano. Okay, class. I went to the store to buy some fruit. What 2 fruits did I want? Let me read página 1 or page 1 again. Voy a la tienda para comprar algunas frutas. Yo quiero una fresa y un plátano. Página 2, page 2. Voy a regresar a mi casa. En la cocina hay una piña. I return home, and in my kitchen, what fruit is there? Let's reread page 2 one more time. Voy a regresar a mi casa. En la cocina hay una piña. Página 3. Mi amiga llega a mi casa y me lleva una manzana. My friend comes over and brings me what fruit? Let me reread page 3 to you one more time. Mi amiga llega a mi casa y me lleva una manzana. Página 4. Con todas las frutas yo hago una ensalada de frutas. Con todas las frutas, yo hago una ensalada de frutas. Al fin, or the end. Now let's go on to take the quiz to see how much we understood. Buena suerte, or good luck! Artículos. Articles. Okay, we're going to get really technical for a second. Hang tight with me as we walk through this lesson. Articles are words that are used to modify a noun. There are two types of articles. Definite articles specify a noun that is specific, while indefinite articles specify a noun that is general. Perhaps it's easier to explain what articles are with some examples. Examples of articles we use in the English language are words like the, and a. So for example, the cat specifies a specific cat with the use of the definite article the. In contrast, the sentence a cat generalizes the cat to any cat with the use of the indefinite article a. Similarly, Spanish also has articles that modify nouns and help make clear if one's speech is referring to a specific object or any object in general. However, Spanish is a structured language, so the articles that modify the nouns must also agree with the nouns through gender and number. Therefore, before we learn Spanish articles, we must first learn to distinguish if a noun is feminine, masculine, plural, or singular. Let's take a closer look at this. For the most part, although there are irregular nouns, when you see a word that ends with the letter A, you can consider that word feminine. For example, the word fresa is considered feminine because it ends in an A. In contrast, when you see a word that ends in O, you can consider that noun masculine. For example, the word plátano is considered masculine because it ends in an O. Singular and plural nouns are pretty easy to distinguish. Just like in English, nouns that end with an S are considered plural, and nouns that do not end in an S are considered singular. So for example, fresa signifies one single fruit. In contrast, fresas with an S at the end signify multiple fruits. Alright, is it starting to make a little bit of sense? Keep hanging tight with me. Let's go back and take a look at some articles. First, let's start with the definite articles. These articles, el, la, los, and las, indicate that a noun is specific. All of these articles can be translated as the word the or these. To choose which version of the word the or these agrees with the noun, we just have to see if the noun is masculine, feminine, singular, or plural. Take a look at the table and let's practice with an example. So for example, to say the specific watermelon, you would say la sandía. This is because the noun watermelon is singular and feminine. However, if we wanted to say the watermelons, we would say las sandías. This is because watermelons is feminine and it is also plural. Now let's take a look at indefinite articles. These articles, un, una, unos, and unas, indicate that a noun is not specific. You can think of translating these articles to the word any. So to assign an article to a noun, we just need to choose which version of any agrees with the noun by looking at if the word is masculine, feminine, singular, or plural. So for example, rather than using the definite article to say the strawberry, which would be la fresa, we're using an indefinite article to say una fresa, which means any strawberry. Just like definite articles, indefinite articles need to agree with the noun based on gender and number. So let's practice with an example. How would we say any grape? We first need to notice that the word for grape, uva, is feminine because it has an A at the end. It is also singular because it does not end in an S. So this means we would pick the indefinite article that is feminine and singular. So we would say una uva. Alright, good job sticking with me. I know that lesson was super technical. Let's move on to our next adventure and we'll keep practicing. Hi everyone, are you ready to practice artículos? You are? Great. But where's Roberto?
Hola, Maestra. Lo siento por llegar tarde. I'm sorry for being late. My lunch break at work just began. I'm ready to practice, but I don't have much time.
That's okay. This is going to be a lightning round. We are going to practice artículos.
I didn't get much time to study, class. I'm really gonna need your help.
Okay, first challenge. The apple. Is it la manzana or el manzana?
That's easy. It ends in A, which is feminine, so it is la manzana.
Buen trabajo. Good job. Okay, next challenge. The bananas. Is it los plátanos or unos plátanos?
I have no idea. Class, help. Can you pick for me?
You got it. It's los plátanos because the in front of the banana indicates a definite article.
Gracias por tu ayuda. Thank you for your help.
Okay, last challenge. Any strawberries. Is it una fresa or unas fresas?
Let's see. Fresa is feminine and it's plural, so it must be unas fresas.
Perfecto. 3 for 3.
That was awesome. Okay, my work break is over. Gotta go.
Bye, Roberto. Bye, class.
Vocabulario. Ropa. This lesson's theme is ropa, or clothes. This lesson will work similar to lesson 2. A word and picture will pop up on the screen as well as a translation of what the word means. I will give you some time to anticipate the article that goes along with the noun and then reveal the answer. After, we will say the word with the article together. All articles in this lesson will be definite articles. So el, la, los, and las will be used. So for example, a picture of a shirt will pop up on the screen. The word for shirt in Spanish is camisa. What article belongs with the word camisa? Because it ends with an A, we can say la camisa. At the end of this lesson, we will do an activity that will allow you to practice speaking. Attached to this lesson, there will also be flashcards that you can print out to give yourself some extra practice. Remember that language is best learned through reinforcement, use, and practice, so be sure to complete all the activities at the end of this course. All right, now let's get started. Practice saying the word on the screen and also guessing the article that goes along with it. La camisa. El vestido. La falda. La corbata. El gorro. La chaqueta. El chaleco. Los pantalones. So this word is a little bit tricky because although it ends in an S, so we know that it is a noun that is plural, the word pantalon does not end with an A or an O, so it is difficult to tell if it is masculine or feminine. Although identifying feminine nouns as words that end in A and masculine nouns as words that end in O is a good rule of thumb, there are other rules that we need to learn. Masculine nouns typically end in E, an accented vowel, another consonant other than D or Z, or MA. Although there are some irregular nouns that don't follow these rules, you can follow these guidelines to assign the correct articles to the noun for now. Feminine nouns also have other rules. Feminine nouns can also end in D, Z, or ion. Using our new rules, let's go back to the word pantalones. Because pantalones ends in ES, we can guess that it is a masculine noun because of the E, and that it is plural because of the S. So it would be los pantalones. Let's keep going. What article would belong with the word traje? That's right, it would be a masculine singular article because traje ends in an E. El traje. El suéter. All right, great work. That completes our vocab list for this lesson. We are now going to move on to an activity that will allow you to practice speaking. A picture will flash on the screen along with the English translation of the word. So for example, we are looking at a picture of pants. You will be asked to translate the word into Spanish. After a few seconds, the answer will be revealed. In this case, the answer is los pantalones. All right, let's get started. First, how do you say shirt in Spanish? La camisa. How do you say suit in Spanish? El traje. How do you say jacket in Spanish? La chaqueta. How do you say dress in Spanish? El vestido. How do you say sweater in Spanish? El suéter. How do you say hat in Spanish? El gorro. How do you say pants in Spanish? Los pantalones. How do you say tie in Spanish? La corbata. How do you say vest in Spanish? El chaleco. Good job, you have now completed this lesson. Hola, clase. ¿Cómo está?
That means, hi class, how are you?
Roberto, nobody likes a show-off. We'll see if you're still showing off after this challenge.
As long as the class is helping, I know that this challenge will be a piece of cake.
Okay, here it is. I'm going to name an article of clothing, then you need to go out into the changing room and put on that clothing and come out.
Okay, let's do this.
All right. I want you to go into the changing room, which has a lot of clothes in it, and come out with a red camisa.
This one is easy. How did I do?
Tonto. That means foolish. Okay, next challenge. I want you to change into a suéter and pantalones.
Okay. Let's see. Suéter means sweater, and pantalones means pants. I got it.
Well, good job, I guess. Let's do this next challenge fast. I want you to go put on a gorro. Since I know what Roberto is going to do, I am going to surprise him.
All right, I'm coming out on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
I give up. Bye, Roberto. Bye, class.
Ir de compras. Shopping. As you may have noticed, we've already been to El Centro Comercial, or the mall, and the local mercado, or the market, with Roberto. Now that we know how to identify different types of ropa or fruta, let's also learn some basic phrases so that when we go shopping, we can get what we need. If we want to buy something, we can tell the cashier, quiero comprar, or I would like to buy. If we need to ask how much a vestido or un plátano costs, we can ask, ¿cuánto cuesta? Or, how much? If we see a store attendant walking around and we need their attention, we could say, disculpe, or, excuse me. Once we get the attendant's attention, we could tell him, estoy en busca de, Or, I am looking for... So, for example, if I was looking for un vestido, I would say, estoy en busca de un vestido, meaning, I'm looking for a dress. Now, if you're like me and you like to bargain, you may ask, ¿Me puedes dar un descuento? Or, can you give me a discount? However, if you're at a store with fixed prices, to identify if there's a sale, you may see a sign that says venta or rebaja, which means sale. Lastly, when you go to the cajero or the cashier to pay, you may need to ask, ¿Se aceptan tarjetas de crédito? Or in other words, are credit cards accepted here? Great work! You've now completed this activity. Los pronombres personal del sujetos. Personal pronouns. Okay, we're going to get really technical for a couple of minutes. Hang tight with me because although this may be slightly boring, these are the pronouns that will make verb conjugation go more smoothly in the future. Some of you may have already known that pronouns are words that take the place of nouns. Let's break this down with an example so it makes a bit more sense. So if we had the sentence, Charlie is having a birthday party, Charlie is turning 5, it sounds a little repetitive, but if we replace the second Charlie with a pronoun, our sentence would sound smoother. It would say, Charlie is having a birthday party, he is turning 5. In these two sentences, the subject pronoun he takes the place of the proper pronoun Charlie. Now let's zoom out for a second. If the grammar and technicalities felt a bit confusing, don't worry. The most important thing is that you know that subject pronouns replace nouns such as a person, place, or thing, and are words like he, she, they, we, etc. So for the rest of this lesson, let's focus on correctly labeling the Spanish pronoun and translating it correctly. Once we're able to translate these examples, it'll probably make a bit more sense how they function. All right, now let's get started. We have 9 pronouns to go through. Yo means I. Tú means you. However, in Spanish, there are 2 forms of you, the formal and informal version. Tú is the informal version of you. In contrast, usted, which can be abbreviated UD period, is the formal version of you. Although both words mean the same thing, tú communicates a you that is more casual and informal. For example, I would probably use tú while hanging out with close friends. In contrast, usted communicates a you that is more formal and distant. I would probably use usted when referring to a boss at work or a teacher. For now, don't worry too much about when to use which version. Every country uses tú and usted a bit differently. Just remember that tú communicates a relationship that is a bit more casual, while usted communicates a relationship that is a bit more formal. Make sense? Let's keep moving forward. On to pronoun number 4. Él means he. Ella means she. Nosotros or nosotras means we. You can use the feminine version of nosotros, which is nosotras, when referring to a we with all females and no males. You use the masculine version of nosotros when referring to a we with any males in the group. For example, I would use nosotros if there was 2 males in the group, or if there was 1 male or 1 female in the group. This is because Spanish is a masculine-dominated language, so whenever any males are present, the masculine version of the word is used. Vosotros or vosotras means you all. However, this pronoun is only used in Spain. In other Latin American and Spanish-speaking countries, vosotros is not used. Instead, the pronoun ustedes is used. Ustedes also means you all. All right, last pronoun. Ellos or ellas means they. Use the masculine form of ellos if there are any males in the they, and only use the feminine form of ellas when there is a they that includes only females. All right, great work. We've now completed the lecture. Now let's practice with an activity. In this activity, an English pronoun and picture will flash on the screen. Using the English pronoun and the picture, translate the pronoun into Spanish. For example, if we wanted to translate the word we into Spanish, I could use nosotros or nosotras. However, because the picture shows 3 women, I would use the feminine form of nosotros, of nosotras, since there are no men present in the we. Make sense? Let's get started. How would you say he? If you said él, you are correct. How would you say she? If you said ella, you are correct. How would you say we? If you said nosotras, you are correct. How would you say they? If you said ellos, you are correct. How would you say they? If you said ellos, you are correct. How would you say they? If you said ellas, you are correct. How would you say the informal version of you? If you said tú, you are correct. How would you say the formal version of you? If you said usted, you are correct. How would you say you all? If you said ustedes or if you said vosotros, you are correct. How would you say I? If you said yo, you are correct. Good job going through that activity. Remember to not get discouraged if subject pronouns are still a little bit confusing. When we speak our own language, we rarely focus on the function of words or cognitively think about grammar when we form a sentence. So it makes sense that when learning a new language, breaking down sentences can be confusing. For now, just keep focusing on memorizing and practicing how to assign subject pronouns. Once we begin to form sentences, this will make more sense. All right, clase, I'll see you in our next lesson. Adios!
Verbos infinitivos. In this lesson, we're going to be learning about infinitive verbs, or verbos infinitivos. Verbs are action words. Infinitive verbs are the most basic verb form in Spanish. They do not indicate who is performing an action or at what time an action is being executed. In English, infinitive verbs are any verbs with the word to in front of them. So, for example, to run would be an infinitive version of the verb. To run does not indicate who is running or if the action is happening in the past, present, or the future. In Spanish, infinitive verbs can be identified by their endings. They can end in 3 different ways, in AR, ER, or IR. We will look at some examples of verbs later. Knowing how to identify a verb is key to understanding the Spanish language. So let's get started and take a look at some examples of these words that end in AR, ER, or IR. First, let's take a look at verbs that end in AR. Ayudar means to help. Caminar means to walk. Estudiar means to study. Hablar means to talk. Trabajar means to work. Now let's take a look at some verbs that end in ER. Comer means to eat. Leer means to read. Beber means to drink. Correr means to run. And lastly, now let's take a look at some verbs that end in IR. Decidir means to decide. Escribir means to write. And vivir means to live. Now let's move on to an activity. This activity will work a lot like our vocab lessons where a word and picture will pop up on the screen. In this activity, we will work on improving our Spanish speaking skills. A verb will flash upon the screen and I will ask you to translate the word from English to Spanish. For example, I will ask, how do you say to drink in Spanish? After some time has passed, I will then reveal the answer as beber. If it seems like you do not have enough time to think of an answer, feel free to pause the video as you need. All right, now let's get started. How do you say to live in Spanish? If you said vivir, you are correct. How do you say to decide in Spanish? If you said decidir, you are correct. How do you say to walk in Spanish? If you said caminar, you are correct. How do you say to read in Spanish? If you said leer, you are correct. How do you say to eat in Spanish? If you said comer, you are correct. How do you say to help in Spanish? If you said ayudar, you are correct. How do you say to drink in Spanish? If you said beber, you are correct. How do you say to work in Spanish? If you said trabajar, you are correct. How do you say to write in Spanish? If you said escribir, you are correct. How do you say to talk in Spanish? If you said hablar, you are correct. How do you say to run in Spanish? If you said correr, you are correct. How do you say to study in Spanish? If you said estudiar, you are correct. Good job! You have now completed this lesson. If you're having some trouble memorizing these verbs, don't worry. We will have plenty of time to practice them later throughout this course. For now, just remember that Spanish verbs can be identified by their endings. If you would like some more time to review and reinforce what you have learned, feel free to go back through the lesson, look at the next lesson for review, or look at our flashcards. Hola, clase! Today we are going to work on verbs. Roberto is going to use a verb to describe my actions.
All right, Maestra. We are ready for the challenge. Let's see. You are walking, so the verb is caminar.
Great job, Roberto. What am I doing now?
I see that you're running, but I don't know the word. Class, can you help?
Roberto, hurry up and guess. I'm getting tired.
Clase, please help him.
Thanks, class. The verb is correr.
Wow, that took a long time. Let's choose an action that isn't as exhausting.
You are eating, so the verb is comer. And now you're drinking, and that is beber. Let's see, you are reading, that is escribir.
Nice try, but escribir means to write. How do you say to read? Class, can you help Roberto?
Thanks, class. The verb for reading is leer. You are writing, that is escribir.
Great job. Last one.
Let's see, I don't hear any words, but I think you are pretending to talk. Everyone, let's say the verb for talking on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hablar.
Great job, class. Great job, Roberto.
Okay, we needed that.
Los verbos en presente. Unfortunately, Spanish verbs are a bit more difficult to navigate than verbs in English. In English, although we have different verb tenses, we do not conjugate verbs based on both who is performing or the action. Before we start this lesson, I want to say that conjugation is normally a very challenging part of learning the Spanish language. Because verbs are used so differently in Spanish and English, our brains are being exercised in a new way. If this lesson begins to get frustrating, feel free to pause the video as you need and take breaks. It may be helpful to re-watch this lecture as you need. It will take time for concepts and patterns to begin to click and stick. With that being said, we will have plenty of practice through this course using the present tense. Don't get discouraged as we enter into this new territory, but keep taking breaks, practicing, and moving forward. Previously, we saw that if a word ends in AR, ER, or IR, we could identify that that word was a verb. However, in the infinitive form of a verb, we can't tell who is doing the action or at what point in time the action is taking place. Right now, we're going to look at verbs that take place in the present. In other words, we're going to look at verbs in the present tense. The present tense indicates actions that are currently happening, habitual routine, or things that will happen in the near future. To indicate that a verb is in the present tense, we have to drop the verb endings. This means that we take off the AR, IR, and ER that once indicated that the verb was in infinitive form. So then, what do we replace these endings with? We are going to replace the AR, IR, and ER with endings that indicate time in the present and also indicate who is executing the action. This is where conjugation gets a bit tricky. In English, the present tense verb does not change based on the subject. You can see in the sentences he runs, she runs, they run, and I run, the sentences all indicate someone is running in the present, and the verb run does not change very much. However, in Spanish, verb endings change based on who is executing the action. Let's take a look at some examples, and remember, please pause the video and take a break as needed. First, let's take a look at AR verbs. For every verb you conjugate in every tense and for every pronoun, you want to drop the AR, IR, and ER ending. So for verbs that end in AR, we're going to drop the AR ending and replace those letters with a different ending according to who is executing the action, or in other words, the subject pronoun. So for example, if we take a look at this chart that has all of the subject pronouns, we can see that the endings are based on who is executing the action. If I was executing the action, I would replace the AR with an O. If it was you or tú, it would be an AS. If it was él, ella, or usted, or he, she, or a formal you, I would replace it with an A. If it was nosotros or we, I would replace it with amos or AMOS. If it was vosotros, it would be replaced with ais. And if it was ellos or ustedes, they or you all, I would replace it with an AN. So let's take a look at a tangible example. So for example, if I took the verb hablar and I wanted to say I talk, I would need to first drop the AR ending and then look at the table to find the subject pronoun yo or I. Looking at the table, I can see that for the subject pronoun yo or I, I have to conjugate my verb so that it ends in an O, so that it indicates both talking in the present tense and also that I am the one that is talking. So I drop the AR ending and add an O. So to say I talk, I would say yo hablo or hablo. Similarly, if I wanted to say you talk, I see that on the table that for tú or you, I see that tú or you, verbs in the present tense must end in AS. So I drop the AR ending of hablar and add an AS. So to say you talk, I would say tú hablas or hablas. Now if I wanted to conjugate hablar for the rest of the subject pronouns, I would look at the table, drop the AR ending, and add the ending that is corresponding. So it would be yo hablo, tú hablas, él, ella, or usted habla. Nosotros hablamos, vosotros habláis, and ellos or ustedes hablan. Making sense so far? Let's keep going and take a look at ER verbs. Now let's take a look at how to conjugate ER verbs. Just like AR verbs, we're going to drop the ER ending and replace it with an ending according to the table that we have in front of us. If we take the verb comer, for example, we dropped the ER, and for yo, comer becomes yo como. Tú comes. Él, ella, or usted come. Nosotros comemos. Vosotros comís. And ellos or ustedes comen. Now if we take a look at IR verbs, it should be no surprise to you that we drop the IR ending and replace it with an ending according to this table based on the subject pronoun. So for example, if we were to take the verb vivir, which means to live, we would conjugate it yo vivo, tú vives, él, ella, or usted vive, nosotros vivimos, vosotros vivís, and ellos or ustedes viven. If you can begin to memorize these three tables we went through, you will be able to conjugate all regular verbs in the present tense. This will probably seem like a daunting task at first, but if we compare these three charts, the yo form for all the verbs are the same. We should also note that the IR and ER forms only different in their vosotros and nosotros forms. Everything else is the same. Hopefully by now you're starting to see some patterns. However, that was a lot to take in, so let's review this one last time. To conjugate verbs in the present tense, we drop the AR, IR, and ER endings on the infinitive form and replace them with the corresponding present tense endings depending on who is performing the action, that is, which subject pronoun. So let's get a little bit of practice before we move on. If I wanted to conjugate the verb caminar to the present tense, how would I do so? Pause the video and conjugate the verbs using the chart on the screen. Alright, good work. So hopefully you dropped the AR ending and added the corresponding endings in the present tense based on the subject pronoun who was executing the action. So if we were to conjugate caminar into the present tense for every subject pronoun, we would say, yo camino, tú caminas, él, ella, or usted camina. Nosotros caminamos, vosotros camináis, and ellos or ustedes caminan. Good work. If I wanted to conjugate the verb beber, how would I do so? Pause the video again and conjugate beber based on the chart on the screen. Good work. So hopefully you dropped the ER ending and added the corresponding ER endings in the present tense based on the subject pronoun executing the action. So the answers would look like this. Yo bebo, tú bebes, él, ella, or usted bebe, nosotros bebemos, vosotros bebís, and ellos or ustedes beben. Alright, now let's take a look at an IR verb. If we were to conjugate escribir, which means to write, into the present tense for every subject pronoun, what would it look like? Pause the video and use this chart to conjugate the verb for every subject pronoun. Okay, good work. So hopefully you would have dropped the IR ending And then you would have come up with this. Yo escribo, tú escribes, él, ella, or usted escribe, nosotros escribimos, vosotros escribís, and ellos or ustedes escriben. Good work! That was a very challenging lesson. Remember to not get discouraged if you didn't get these all right. Conjugation takes time, especially because thinking about verbs in Spanish are different than how we think about them in English. So remember, give yourself some grace, take breaks as needed, keep practicing, and pause or rewatch this video. Feel free to download the conjugation resource guide that has tables showing you how to conjugate all regular verbs for more practice. Verbos irregulares. Now, to make things a bit more complicated, we need to take a look at irregular verbs. Irregular verbs are verbs that do not follow the conjugation rules. This means that these verbs will deviate a bit from the rules that we looked at last lesson. It can be discouraging to hear that on top of learning a new and complex system of conjugating verbs, there are also lots of other irregular verbs to memorize. However, remember, it takes time, practice, and patience to learn all of these new words. So once again, feel free to pause this video as needed, take breaks, and look at the resources and give yourself some grace. Two encouraging things to note are, 1, irregular verbs are the most common verbs. So although it may feel like there is a whole new list of verbs to memorize, these will also be the verbs that we are practicing with the most. And 2, there are some patterns and rules to follow when conjugating irregular verbs. Let's take a look at some of these verbs. First, let's look at stem-changing verbs. Stem-changing verbs are verbs where the stem of the verb changes. So rather than just changing the ending, we also change the main part of the verb. So for example, one type of stem-changing verb changes the E in the stem of the verb to an IE. Looking at the verb pensar, which means to think, we can see that it is conjugated by changing not only its ending, but also its stem. In other words, rather than just dropping the AR at the end, we are also changing the E in pensar to IE. In other words, we both change the stem and apply our normal conjugation rules. When conjugated, pensar will look like this. Yo pienso, tú piensas, él piensa, nosotros pensamos, vosotros pensáis, and ellos piensan. Notice that with this verb, the stem changes for every subject pronoun except for nosotros and vosotros. For these two forms, the verb reverts back to its original stem. This is common for many irregular stem-changing verbs. Let's take a look at another example of a stem change from E to IE. The verb querer, which means to want, also has this same stem change. So if we look at the conjugation table, the E in the querer stem gets conjugated to IE, so its conjugation will look like this. Yo quiero, tú quieres, él quiere, nosotros queremos, vosotros queréis, and ellos quieren. Now let's take a look at another type of stem change. Sometimes an O in the verb stem will change to a UE. For example, if we look at the verb poder, which means to be able to, the O in the stem changes to a UE when conjugated. So poder's conjugation will look like this. Yo puedo, tú puedes, él puede, nosotros podemos, vosotros podéis, and ellos pueden. Just like in our last two examples, the stem of poder changes. However, in the nosotros and vosotros form, the stem reverts back to its original form. The last type of stem change we will look at is when the verb stem changes from U to UE. So for example, the verb jugar, which means to play, contains a U in its stem. This U will change to a UE when conjugated. So the conjugation of jugar will look like this. Yo juego, tú juegas, él juega, nosotros jugamos, vosotros jugáis, and ellos juegan. Notice once again that the nosotros and vosotros forms in all stem-changing verbs revert back to their original stem. Now let's look at another type of irregular verb, a yo without a stem change. These verbs have an irregular yo conjugation but maintain a regular conjugation for the rest of the subject pronouns.
For example, the verb estar, which means to be, takes on an irregular form of yo. Instead of conjugating the verb as esto, the verb is estoy. However, the rest of the conjugations take on the regular present tense rules. So the rest of the conjugations for estar would read, tú estás, él está, nosotros estamos, vosotros estáis, and ellos están. Another example of this is the verb poner, which means to put or to place. The yo form of poner is pongo. The rest of the verb is conjugated regularly. Take a look at the table to read the rest of the conjugations and familiarize yourself with this conjugation. One more example of this type of verb is the verb hacer. As you can see, the yo form of hacer is not hago, but it is hago. The rest of the verb is conjugated normally according to our regular present tense rules and read, tú haces, él hace, nosotros hacemos, vosotros hacéis, and ellos hacen. The last rule we'll look at are the irregular verbs that both have an irregular yo and a stem change. This means that the yo form is irregular and that the other subject pronouns also involve a stem change. So for example, the verb tener, which means to have, takes on an irregular yo form of tengo. The rest of the verb is conjugated by changing its stem. So the I in tener stem changes to an IE. So the rest of the conjugations read, tú tienes, él tiene, nosotros tenemos, vosotros tenéis, and ellos tienen. Note that the vosotros and nosotros forms do not change their stem. Another example of a verb with an irregular yo and a stem change is the verb ir. Ir means to go. So the yo form of ir is voy. However, because this verb is only 2 letters, it takes on an alternate stem and adds a V to all the other conjugations. So the rest of the verb reads, tú vas, él va, nosotros vamos, vosotros vais, and ellos van. Now to end this lecture, let's take a look at an irregular verb that doesn't really follow any of the rules, but is used very commonly in the Spanish-speaking language. This verb is ser, which means to be. Although we have already gone over the verb estar, which also means to be, both verbs are used differently. We will go over the differences of these 2 verbs later. However, for now, just focus on the fact that both ser and estar are irregular and mean to be. The ser verb does not really follow any rules and is conjugated as follows. Yo soy, tú eres, él es, nosotros somos, vosotros sois, and ellos son. All right, good work. That was a lot of new information to take in. Remember to pause the video and take breaks as needed and/or rewatch the lesson to review. If you feel ready to practice, let's move forward and do an activity. This activity will work by asking you to conjugate an irregular verb. A subject, pronoun, and verb will pop up on the screen in English, and I will ask you to translate this conjugation to Spanish. After some time, the answer will be revealed. So, for example, if I asked you, how do you say he has in Spanish, I would give you some time to think and formulate an answer. Hopefully, after a while, you would come up with the answer, tú tienes, or tienes. Feel free to pause the video as needed to give yourself some time to think if I am revealing the answer too quickly. For this activity, it is probably most helpful if you answer these questions with open notes. So feel free to download and print off our resources or use your own notes that you took throughout this lesson. Okay, now let's get started. How would you say she goes in Spanish? Ella va or va. How do you say we think in Spanish? Nosotros pensamos or pensamos. How do you say I want in Spanish? If you said,
Yo quiero or quiero, you are correct. How do you say they are able to? If you said ellos pueden or pueden, you are correct. How do you say you, the formal version of you, play? If you said usted juega or juega, you are correct. Remember that although tú is a form of you, usted is the formal version of you, so you would conjugate this verb in usted form. How would you say you all, the Spanish version of you all, make? If you said vosotros hacéis or hacéis, you are correct. Remember that vosotros is only used in Spain. It is the Spanish version of you all that is not used throughout Latin America. How would you say he is? For this question, we're going to use the verb estar instead of ser. If you said él está or está, you are correct. How would you say she is? For this question, we're going to use ser instead of estar. If you said ella es or es, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Feel free to go back and go through the lecture if you feel you need more practice. Remember that we will have plenty of practice with all of these verbs, so be sure to give yourself some space to mess up and make mistakes as we're learning all of these new rules and the exceptions to these new rules.
Hola, clase! Let's read another short story. Everyone take a seat. Página 1. Tengo un pájaro. El pájaro se llama Martín. Let me reread that one more time. Tengo un pájaro. El pájaro se llama Martín. Página 2. Martín puede cantar muy bien. Él tiene buena voz. I'm going to read that page one more time. Martín puede cantar muy bien. Él tiene buena voz. Página 3. Cada mañana Martín y yo jugamos con una pelota pequeña. Él le gusta jugar. Let's reread that one last time. Cada mañana Martín y yo jugamos con una pelota pequeña. Él le gusta jugar. Al fin. The end. Okay, clase. Don't forget to take the quiz to test how much you remembered. Adios! Practical lessons. Irregular verbs. As mentioned before, even though irregular verbs don't follow the rules, they are some of the most commonly used verbs in everyday speaking. Let's take a quick look at some practical phrases in which these verbs are used. If you've had a long day of travel and you need to tell your Spanish-speaking friend that you want to eat, you can say, tengo hambre, or I am hungry. Similarly, if you're out on a hike and need to get some water, you can say, tengo sed, or I am thirsty. If you're at a party, you check your watch and realize that it is way past your bedtime, you can say, tengo que irme, or I have to leave. Now, if you're in a classroom goofing off with the rest of your classmates, you may hear a teacher give the command, pongan atención, which means, pay attention. Lastly, maybe you're with your host family and your mom asks you, ¿Puedes poner la mesa? What she's asking is, can you set the table? Good work! Hopefully these quick and simple phrases will help you in your future trips abroad. I'll see you in our next adventure!
Vocabulario. Animales. In this lesson, we're going to learn some vocab words. This lesson's theme is animales, or animals. This lesson will work by going through a list of vocab words of animals.
After we complete this, we will practice these new vocab words by beginning to form simple sentences. Let's get started. Dog is perro. Cat is gato. Monkey is mono. Bird is pájaro. Elephant is elefante. Fish is pescado. Horse is caballo. Rabbit is conejo. Tiger is tigre. Butterfly is mariposa. Okay, good work. Now let's do an activity to practice our new vocab words and also our articles and present tense verbs. In this activity, we are going to combine everything that we have learned thus far and put it to the test. We will use our new vocab words, some old vocab words, articles, and the present tense to begin to form simple sentences. This activity will work by asking you to translate a sentence from English to Spanish. A picture of an animal and a sentence in English will flash up on the screen. After, I will ask you to translate it. So, for example, if I wanted to say, the fish lives, I would first need to figure out what article belongs with the noun pescado. For this lesson, we can assume that all articles are definite articles. Therefore, we can refer to this chart and know that all articles used in this lesson will be el, la, los, or las. So then, to figure out what article to use for this sentence, we will need to decipher, is the noun fish plural or singular? Is it masculine or feminine? Pescado is singular because there is no S indicating multiple fishes, and it is masculine because it ends in an O. So we can use the article el. So far in this sentence we have el pescado. So in order to say the fish lives, we need to figure out how to conjugate the verb vivir so it demonstrates that the fish is the one executing the action. So we must ask ourselves, what subject pronoun does el pescado represent? When conjugating verbs, it is important to think of all singular subject nouns as he or she, and all plural subject nouns as they. So for example, the verb that goes along with el pescado will be conjugated in the form of él, ella, or usted. In contrast, if the noun was los pescados, we would conjugate the noun for the form of they, ellos or ustedes. Once again, for our example, we are conjugating el pescado like we would conjugate a verb for él, ella, or usted. So we would conjugate vivir as vive. So our sentence, the fish lives, is el pescado vive. Alright, does that all make sense? I know this is a lot to do at once, but take your time. Feel free to pause the lesson as you need if the answers are being revealed too quickly. And also feel free to review our conjugation and article lessons to help you with this activity. Alright, now let's get started. How would you say the butterfly has the orange? To answer this question, it may be helpful to look at our fruta vocabulary. If you said the answer is la mariposa tiene la naranja, you are correct. How would you translate the horses run? If you said los caballos corren, you are correct. How would you say the bird sings? If you said el pájaro canta, you are correct. How would you say, the dogs play? If you said, los perros juegan, you are correct. How would you say, the fish lives? If you said, el pescado vive, you are correct. How would you say, the tigers talk? If you said, los tigres hablan, you are correct. Remember, because there are multiple tigers or tigres, the article is los because tigres are plural, and the verb hablar is conjugated in the form of ellos or ustedes because there are multiple tigers. How do you say, the rabbit studies? If you said, el conejo estudia, you are correct. How would you say, the monkey eats the banana? For this question, it might be helpful to refer to your fruta vocab. If you said, el mono come el plátano, you are correct. How would you say, the elephants walk? If you said, los elefantes caminan, you are correct. How would you say, the cats drink? If you said, los gatos beben, you are correct. Good job, you have now completed this activity.
Hola clase y bienvenido a Storytime. Hoy voy a leer un cuento a ustedes. Today, I am going to read a story to you all. Gather around and let's begin. Página 1. Tengo un perro. Él vive en los Estados Unidos. Voy a leer esta página otra vez. I'm going to read that page again. Tengo un perro. Él vive en los Estados Unidos. Página 2. Mi perro es perezoso, bonito y serio. Did you get all of that? Let me reread that one more time. Mi perro es perezoso, bonito y serio. Página 3. Él le gusta jugar en el parque con los otros perros. Let's reread that again. Él le gusta jugar en el parque con los otros perros. Página 4. El parque es grande y bonito porque allí hay muchos árboles verdes y espacio para correr. That was a really long page. Let's reread that one more time. El parque es grande y bonito porque allí hay muchos árboles y espacio para correr. Okay, class. Last page. Página 5. Siempre mi perro y yo caminamos al parque para hacer ejercicio. Let's read that again. Siempre mi perro y yo caminamos al parque para hacer ejercicio. Al fin. The end. Practical lesson. El zoológico. The zoo. Now that we've learned some vocab words for animals, let's say you take a trip to the zoo. Let's go over some phrases that you may hear or that you may use while there. First, to get into the zoo, you normally have to purchase a ticket. To do this, you can ask the cajero or the cashier, ¿Puedo comprar un boleto? Or, can I buy a ticket? Let's say you're walking along and you see an elefante and you want the friend that you're with to see it too. You can say, mira, or look. Now let's say you're standing around an exhibit full of pájaros and there's a large crowd. You can ask the people you're with, ¿puedes ver? Or, can you see? Similarly, if you're standing around an exhibit of tigres that may be dangerous, you may see a sign that says, cuidado, or caution or be careful. This will warn you to stay far away. You may even see signs in some areas that say prohibido or prohibited to warn you of places where you are not allowed. Good work! Hopefully these phrases will help you on your next adventure at the zoo or other touristy areas that you may visit. Adios!
Palabras interrogativas. In this lesson, we are going to learn about palabras interrogativas, or interrogative words, also known as question words. Sometimes in English, we refer to some question words as the 5 W's of who, what, when, where, why, and how. Just like in English, palabras interrogativas are used to ask questions. In Spanish, some question words must agree with the plurality and singularity of a word and will need to be adjusted with an ES at the end if the subject noun is plural. Others must agree with feminine or masculine forms, and endings will switch from an A to an O depending on the gender of the subject noun. Most of these words will be used when forming questions. It will be important to note that when writing out questions, punctuation marks in Spanish differ a little bit. Rather than putting one question mark at the end of a sentence, questions begin with an upside-down question mark and end with a question mark also. In this lesson, we are first going to learn some new palabras interrogativas, and then we will practice using them in an activity by learning how to create questions. Alright, now let's get started and learn some new words. What is ¿qué? How is ¿cómo? How many is ¿cuántos? Or ¿cuántas? This word will need to agree with feminine and masculine subject nouns. How much is ¿cuánto? Or ¿cuánta? This word will also need to agree with feminine and masculine nouns. Who is ¿quién? Or ¿quiénes? This word will need to agree with plural or singular nouns. Which or which ones is ¿cuál? Or ¿cuáles? This word will need to agree with plural or singular nouns. When is ¿cuándo? Why is ¿por qué? Where is ¿dónde? Good work! Now let's do an activity. This activity will work by asking you to translate an English question into Spanish. A question in English will flash on the screen and ask you to translate it. For this activity, you will need to recall and use our present tense conjugations and some of our new vocab words. So for example, if I wanted to ask, why do you want bananas? I would first need to choose what palabra interrogativa to use. Because the question word here is why, I would use the word ¿por qué? Although the next word in the question is do, when translating most questions from English to Spanish, we often omit words like do or does that we use in English questions. Despite skipping this step, our questions will still be grammatically correct. Remember this little rule as we form the rest of our questions throughout the activity. Now I will need to conjugate you want into the to form. So I would have to look at our old chart and find the correct conjugation. Here we can see that the conjugation is quieres. For the last part of the question, I need to translate the word bananas into plátanos. So our question, why do you want bananas, would be, ¿Por qué quieres plátanos? As we start to combine all the things we have learned thus far in the course, things can get a bit tricky, messy, and confusing. It's okay if you don't get the whole translation correctly. Focus on the parts of the questions that you got right and celebrate those little victories. Feel free to pause the video and give yourself time to think if the answers are being revealed too fast. Otherwise, let's get started with our first question. When do you study? If you said, ¿Cuándo estudias?, you are correct. Remember to omit the do or does in all of these questions. How would you translate the question, what is a dog? For this question, we will use the verb ser instead of estar. If you said, ¿Qué es un perro?, you are correct. Remember here that the article is indefinite because it is any dog, not the dog. How would you translate, where is the cat? For this question, you will use the verb estar. If you said, ¿Dónde está el gato?, you are correct. Remember that the article in this question is el because it is a definite article because it is the cat, not any cat. How would you translate, how many dresses do you have? If you said, ¿Cuántos vestidos tienes?, you are correct. Remember that cuantos has to be in the masculine form because vestidos is also in the masculine form. How would you translate, who has a tie? If you said, ¿Quién tiene una corbata?, you are correct. How would you translate, how are you? In this question, we are going to be using the informal version of you and also the verb estar instead of ser. If you said, ¿Cómo estás?, you are correct. Now let's do one more question. How would you say, which pineapples do you want? We will be using the informal version of you. If you said, ¿Cuáles piñas quieres?, you are correct. This question was very tricky. Because pineapples is plural, we also need to use the plural form of cuál, which is cuáles. We also need to remember to omit the do in this question. Good job! You have now completed this activity. This lesson was a bit tricky because we were learning how to form sentences. Translating English to Spanish does not always exactly mirror grammatically correct Spanish sentences. Remember to celebrate the pieces of the sentences you got right and know that we will continue to practice. Vocabulario. Lugares. This lesson's theme is lugares, or places. This lesson will be divided into 3 different categories of places. The first category we will go over encompasses terms that you would find on a map. The second category are general locations that you would find in your city or neighborhood. The last category encompasses rooms that you would find in a home. After we go over all of these vocab words, we will do an activity that will give us practice responding to questions. All right, let's get started with the lecture. The first category is lugares en el mapa, or places on a map. Country is el país. City is la ciudad. Border is la frontera. Neighborhood is el barrio. The next category is lugares en la ciudad, or places in the city. Library is
biblioteca. School is la escuela. Park is el parque. Store is la tienda. Restaurant is el restaurante. The next category is cuartos en la casa, or rooms in a house. Bedroom is la habitación. Bathroom is el baño. Kitchen is la cocina. Living room is la sala. Dining room is el comedor. Good work! We've now completed the lecture part of this lesson. Now let's move on to an activity to practice what we have just learned. In this activity, we will be using our new vocab words by learning to respond to a question. For this activity, it may be helpful to review the irregular present tense conjugations of the verb ir. A question and a picture of a location will pop up on the screen asking someone where they are going. Your job will be to answer the question with the correct conjugation of ir and also name the location. So, for example, if I were to ask, ¿Dónde van ustedes?, we would first need to ask ourselves, what subject pronoun should we use to respond to you all? Because the question asks, where do you all go, we would respond with we, or nosotros. Next, we would need to conjugate the verb ir to the we or nosotros form. If we look at our chart, we can see that this is vamos. Lastly, we would need to use our vocab words from this lesson to find out how to say library in Spanish. Once we find that vocab word, we can respond, Nosotros vamos a la biblioteca. Notice that in this sentence there is an a. A means to, so our sentence directly translates to, we go to the library. Let's take a brief look at the word a really quick. Like mentioned before, a means to. When formulating our answers for this activity, we will need to put an a in between the verb and the article. However, it is important to note that if the article before the noun is el, we would not say vamos a el comedor, but instead say al comedor. In other words, whenever the article is el, we say al instead. So in our last example, we said nosotros vamos a la biblioteca. Because the article is la, we could say a la biblioteca. However, if we wanted to say I go to the dining room, we would need to say voy al comedor. Because the article in front of comedor is el, we combine the a and the el to form al. So our formatted responses will involve first a subject pronoun, the correct conjugation of ir, an a, an article, and a place. Make sense so far? I know this is a little bit tricky, but let's get started with some practice and it'll begin to make sense as we move forward. How would you respond to ¿Dónde van ellos? If you said ellos van al comedor, you are correct. Notice here that comedor uses the article el. Therefore, we combine the a and the el to form al in this sentence. Also notice that the subject pronoun here is ellos. So to respond, we also use ellos, or they. How would you respond to ¿Dónde vamos nosotros? If you said, nosotros vamos al parque, you are correct. How would you respond to, ¿Dónde vas tú? If you said, voy a la ciudad, you are correct. How would you respond to, ¿Dónde van ustedes? If you said, Nosotros vamos a la habitación. You are correct. How would you say, ¿Dónde va él? If you said, Él va a la tienda, you are correct. How would you respond to, ¿Dónde va ella? If you said, Ella va a la cocina, you are correct. How would you respond to, ¿Dónde van ellas? If you said, Ellas van al barrio, you are correct. If you said, Ellos van al baño, you are correct. How would you respond to, ¿Dónde vas tú? If you said, Voy al restaurante, you are correct. How would you respond to, ¿Dónde vas tú? If you said, Voy a la sala, you are correct. How would you respond to, ¿Dónde van ellas? If you said, Ellas van a la escuela, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Remember to not get discouraged if you did not correctly respond to all parts of all the questions. It's okay. It takes time to learn these new rules. Remember to celebrate the parts of the questions that you did get correct. The more we keep trying and make mistakes, the more our brain will learn to adapt and grow. So let's keep moving forward on to the next lesson. Good work! Hola, and welcome back to Storytime. Remember, if you can't translate every sentence word for word, that's perfectly normal. For now, just practice trying to make sense of what's being read to you. After Storytime, we'll take a short quiz to test what you have learned. It may be helpful for you to take notes as I read so you can refer back to it for the quiz. Okay, clase, now let's all sit down and escuchar. Página 1. Mi amiga Natalia trabaja en el centro comercial. Did you get all of that? Let me reread that one more time. Mi amiga Natalia trabaja en el centro comercial. Página 2. Natalia también es una estudiante. Hoy ella estudia en la biblioteca. Let's reread that one more time. Natalia también es una estudiante. Hoy ella estudia en la biblioteca. Página 3. En la biblioteca, ella lee un libro sobre cocinar. Okay, clase, one last time. Make sure to listen up. En la biblioteca, ella lee un libro sobre cocinar. Al fin. The end. Los adjetivos. In this lesson, we are going to be learning about adjectives, or words that describe nouns. Adjectives are important words to learn because language is how we express ourselves. Descriptive words help us accomplish that very goal, express. There are a few grammatical differences between how English and Spanish adjectives are used. Probably, the first big difference is that in Spanish, adjectives come after the noun rather than before. So for example, rather than saying el bueno perro, the good dog, we would say el perro bueno. The adjective follows the noun. Another thing to note is that adjectives must agree with the noun in gender. For example, in the sentence el perro gracioso, the ending of gracioso ends with an O because perro is masculine. However, if we have a feminine noun such as fresa, we would change the ending of graciosa to an A in that sentence, so the adjective and the noun would agree in gender. In other words, the ending of the adjective changed when the noun switched from feminine to masculine. However, with that being said, not all adjectives changed based on gender. For example, let's take a look at the two sentences, la gente amable, the nice people, and el hombre amable, the nice man.
Although gente is feminine and hombre is masculine, the adjective amable stays the same. In general, these adjectives that don't change gender forms are adjectives that do not end in O or A. Lastly, despite not all adjectives agreeing with gender, all adjectives must agree with plural or singular forms of the noun. So, for example, although the adjective amable does not change based on gender, it still changes based on plural or singular forms. So, for example, the noun gente is singular because there is not an S at the end, so the sentence reads la gente amable. However, if we interchange the subject pronoun ellos in place of gente, we would say ellos son amables. We would add an S at the end of amable to make it plural, and so it would agree with the noun. Alright, now let's learn some adjectives and then we will practice them with these new rules we just learned. I will indicate the adjectives that will change based on gender with an O/A at the end. The other ones will stay the same regardless of the subject's gender. Okay, now repeat the words after me to practice speaking. Organized is ordenado. Disorganized is desordenado. Lazy is perezoso. Ugly is feo. Lovely is lindo. Tired is cansado. Good is bueno. Bad is malo. Big is grande. Small is pequeño. Goofy is gracioso. Serious is serio. And kind is amable. Alright, now before we move on to our activity, let's review our rules one last time. Remember, adjectives come after the noun rather than before. Some adjectives, although not all, must agree with the gender of the noun. And lastly, all adjectives must agree with plural and singular forms of the noun. Keep these rules in mind as we move on to our activity. In this activity, we're going to practice using the new adjectives and rules we learned to form simple phrases. Let's walk through a simple question together so we can see how this activity will work. A phrase in English will flash up on the screen and ask you to translate it to Spanish. So, for example, we need to translate the phrase, the goofy dog. First, we need to refer back to our animales lecture to find the word for dog. Once we decide that the word is perro, we also need to match it with an article. Because it is the dog and not any dog, the article is definite. Also, because perro is masculine and singular, we can choose the article el. Lastly, we need to find the translation of goofy, gracioso, that agrees with dog. Because perro is masculine and singular, we can use the adjective gracioso that does not have an S at the end and ends with an O. Remember that the adjective needs to go after the noun and not before like it does in English. So our sentence would be el perro gracioso. Alright, now let's get started. Feel free to pause the video if you need more time to formulate an answer. How would you say the organized cat? If you said el gato ordenado, you are correct. How would you say the ugly fish? If you said el pescado feo, you are correct. How would you say the small strawberries? If you said las fresas pequeñas, you are correct. How would you say the big elephant? If you said el elefante grande, you are correct. How would you say the tired monkey?
If you said el mono cansado, you are correct. How would you say the lazy fishes? If you said los pescados perezosos, you are correct. How would you say the serious horse? If you said el caballo serio, you are correct. How would you say the bad dog? If you said el perro malo, you are correct. How would you say the kind rabbit? If you said el conejo amable, you are correct. How would you say the lovely butterflies? If you said las mariposas lindas, you are correct. Good job. You have now completed this activity. La diferencia entre ser y estar. In this lesson, we're going to talk about la diferencia entre ser and estar, or the difference between ser and estar. As we previously learned, both words mean to be. So how do we know when to use what word? In English, the verb to be takes on many different forms, such as are, is, am, etc., for all types of states. However, Spanish differentiates the different types of being with these two words. In general, you can think of ser as describing more permanent states or pieces of identity. In contrast, you can think of estar as describing temporary states. Let's look at some examples of what this actually means. So you can think of ser as describing physical and descriptive characteristics of an individual. So for example, if I wanted to say, you are pretty, I would say, tú eres linda. If I wanted to say, she is nice, I would say, ella es amable. I would use ser in both of these sentences because we are describing descriptive characteristics of people. Ser also describes nationality and origin because this is a permanent thing that does not change about us. So for example, if I wanted to say I am from the United States, I would say soy de los Estados Unidos. Or if I wanted to say I am Ecuadorian, I would say soy ecuatoriana. Both of these sentences employ the word ser because nationality and origin are unchanging characteristics. Ser is also used to describe profession, identity, or religion. This is because although profession and religion can change from time to time, these are stable parts of our identity. These are not states. So for example, if I wanted to say I am a student, I would say soy estudiante. If I wanted to say I am a human, I would say soy humano. And if I wanted to say I am a Christian, I would say soy cristiana. In all of these sentences, I use the word ser because these are parts of my identity and these are not states. And lastly, ser is also used to tell time. This is a bit confusing for some people because time constantly changes. However, if we think of time as a whole, it is a permanent entity that never changes. Time always is. So ser is used to tell time because time as a whole is permanent, even though hours and minutes can change within time. So if I wanted to say it's 2 o'clock, I would say son las dos. So let's review. Ser is used to describe descriptive characteristics, physical characteristics, nationality or origin, profession, religion, and to tell time. All of these things are more permanent states or aspects of our identity. In contrast, we use estar to describe temporary states. Let's take a look at what this means more in depth. We use estar to express states of emotions or feelings because these can fluctuate based on circumstances. So, for example, if I wanted to say I am happy, I would say estoy feliz. Or if I wanted to ask how are you and respond I am well, I would say ¿Cómo estás? And I would respond estoy bien. Estar is also used to describe health and conditions. If I wanted to say I am sick, I would say estoy enferma.
Estar is also used to describe temporary states of action. Think of that sentence as I am currently running, but will not be forever. So if I wanted to say this, I would say estoy corriendo. Don't worry too much about this sentence or the conjugation of the verb correr. We will go over that later. Estar is also used to describe states of death and life. Although we think of death as a permanent state, it is still a state. One can be in a state of death or one can be in a state of life. So if I wanted to say she is alive, I would say está viva. And if I wanted to say he is dead, I would say está muerto. Estar is also used to talk about location. So for example, if I wanted to say she is in the living room, I would say ella está en la sala. Or if I wanted to say they are in Ecuador, I would say ellos están en Ecuador. Location is never permanent. We constantly change where we're at. So estar is used because this is not a permanent state. So the exception to estar is that we also use estar to describe permanent locations. So for example, if I wanted to say the couch is in the living room, I would say el sofá está en la sala. Or if I wanted to say Ecuador is in South America, I would say Ecuador está en Sudamérica. This is a bit confusing because if the sofa is permanently in the living room or Ecuador is permanently in South America, why would estar be used? Know that permanent location is an exception to the rule and think of all locations as temporary states. So to summarize, we use estar to describe emotions and feelings, health and conditions, states of temporary action, death and life, location, and permanent location. Alright, now let's review one last time. We use ser to describe permanent or unchangeable states. In contrast, we use estar to describe temporary states. This is a lot to take in, so let's get some practice so we can reinforce our learning. In this activity, we're going to attempt to differentiate if ser or estar should be used in a sentence. A sentence in Spanish will flash on the screen. However, the verb in this sentence will be blank. It will be your job to both 1. Decide if ser or estar should be used in the sentence, and 2. Conjugate it in the correct way. So for example, if we saw the sentence el sofá blank en la sala, you would need to decide 1. Does the sentence ask for the verb ser or estar? Hopefully in this sentence you would decide that the verb needed is estar because we are talking about location. And then you would need to conjugate estar to the correct form. In this sentence, the correct answer would be está, because the sofa that is sitting in the living room is a singular entity that takes on the he, she form. I know that in this lesson there are going to be certain vocab words such as time and or feelings that we have not gone over yet. So don't worry. If we have not gone over certain words, I will make sure that there is an English translation. Alright, now let's get started. El perro blank grande. If you said el perro es grande, you are correct. Las fresas blank en la canasta. If you said las fresas están en la canasta, you are correct. Blank las 2 de la tarde. If you said son las 2 de la tarde, you are correct. Ellos blank felices. If you said ellos están felices, you are correct. Ellos blank cristianos. If you said ellos son cristianos, you are correct. Ella blank de Bolivia. If you said ella es de Bolivia, you are correct. El gato blank en la habitación. If you said el gato está en la habitación, you are correct. Ella blank viva.
If you said, ella está viva, you are correct. Ella blank una estudiante. If you said, ella es una estudiante, you are correct. Ella blank fea. If you said, ella es fea, you are correct. Ella blank enferma. If you said, ella está enferma, you are correct. El mono blank triste. If you said, el mono está triste, you are correct. Good work! If you didn't get all the answers right or you missed pieces of the answers, don't get discouraged. This is a very confusing part of learning Spanish since this is so different from how we use the verb to be in English. For now, just keep practicing and know that making mistakes is part of the process. Vocabulario. Sentimientos. In this lesson, we are going to be learning some vocabulary words that surround sentimientos, or feelings and emotions. First, we will go through a lecture where we will learn new vocab words, and then we will do an activity that will ask us to form simple sentences. Alright, now let's get started. The first word we are going to learn is to feel, or sentir. Sentir means to feel emotions, but it does not mean to physically feel an object. We can identify that this word is a verb because it ends in IR. Let's look at the present tense conjugations really quick because sentir is an irregular verb. As you can see, sentir is a stem-changing verb since the E in the stem of the verb changes to IE. The conjugations read as follows. Yo siento. Tú sientes. Él siente. Nosotros sentimos. Vosotros sentís. And ellos sienten. We will work with this verb and practice conjugations later. Now, before we look at some feelings, let's remember that when discussing feelings with the verb to be, we use the verb estar instead of ser because feelings are temporary states and not permanent parts of our identity. Additionally, we should note that feelings are descriptive words, so some feelings must agree with the plurality and singularity of nouns, and some feelings must agree with the feminine and masculine forms of nouns. These will be pointed out throughout the lecture. Now let's look at some vocab words. Feel free to repeat after me to practice pronunciation and speaking. Happy is feliz, or felices for plural. Sad is triste, or tristes for plural. Excited is emocionado or emocionada, depending on if you want to say the feminine or masculine version. Emocionado also needs to agree with the noun in plurality or singularity. Angry is enojado or enojada. Enojado also needs to agree with the noun based on plurality or singularity. Scared is asustado, asustada, or asustados or asustadas, depending on the feminine, masculine, plural, or singular form of the noun. Now, another way to say scared is tener miedo. Miedo is a noun and tener is the verb to have. So this expression directly translates to have fear. However, both the phrases estoy asustada or tengo miedo would both mean I am scared. Both are appropriate and used interchangeably. Jealous is celoso or celosa. This feeling also needs to agree with the plural and singular forms of the noun. Nervous is nervioso, nerviosa, nerviosos, or nerviosas, depending on the gender and the plural or singular form of the subject. Calm is tranquilo, or tranquila, or tranquilos, or tranquilas. Worried is preocupado. Just like the other emotions we have looked at, preocupado must also agree with the gender and the plural or singular forms of the noun. Confused is confundido. As you can see, this feeling must also agree with all forms of the noun. Good work! We've now completed the lecture. Now let's move on to an activity. In this activity, a question will ask how you or someone else feels and ask you to answer. In this activity, we're mostly going to practice using two verbs. The new verb we learned, sentir, or the old verb that we already know, estar. Remember that sentir means to feel and estar means to be. So you can feel or you can be happy, sad, anxious, worried, etc. The only other verb that will be used is tener when the vocab phrase tener miedo pops up. So for example, a question will pop up on the screen that will ask you how someone is. It will either be some form of como and estar or como and sentir. Whichever verb is used in the question will prompt you to use that same verb in your response. So for example, if I asked you, ¿Cómo siente Roberto? And I wanted to say Roberto feels worried, I would conjugate sentir to the correct pronoun, which would be él, because we are talking about a he, Roberto, and also ensure that the feeling matches the plural and singular, masculine and feminine forms of Roberto, the subject of the sentence. So my response would be, Roberto siente preocupado. Notice that preocupado ends with an O because Roberto is the subject of the sentence and he is a man. It also does not end with an S because Roberto is a singular person and does not denote multiple people. Make sense so far? Let's get started. Feel free to pause the video to give yourself some more time to think if the answers are being revealed too quickly. ¿Cómo estás tú? If you said, estoy triste, you are correct. ¿Cómo están ellos? If you said, ellos están asustados, or ellos tienen miedo, you are correct. Both of these phrases would work. ¿Cómo sienten ustedes? If you said, nosotros sentimos felices, you are correct. ¿Cómo sienten ellas? If you said, ellas sienten confundidas, you are correct. ¿Cómo están ustedes? If you said, nosotros estamos emocionados, you are correct. ¿Cómo siente el perro? If you said, el perro siente enojado, you are correct. ¿Cómo están los gatos? If you said, los gatos están tranquilos, you are correct. And lastly, ¿cómo está usted? If you said, yo estoy celoso or yo estoy celosa, you are correct. The gender of the word celoso, which means jealous, can be switched depending on how you identify. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Remember to not get discouraged if you did not get everything correct. Keep practicing and know that making mistakes is part of the process. ¿Qué hora es? What time is it?
In this lesson, we're going to be learning about how to talk about time. This is a very practical piece of learning Spanish because wherever you travel, you will most likely at some point need to ask someone for the time. This lesson will also give us practice with our palabras interrogativas and the verb ser. Before we dive too far into talking about time, we first need to learn how to say numbers in Spanish. Some people already know how to count, so if you don't need to learn numbers or don't need to review, feel free to skip this section of the lesson. First, let's go over how to say the numbers 1 through 19. This will help us to say greater numbers throughout the lesson. Repeat after me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Now to say numbers higher than 19, we just need to know how to say every 10th number starting with 20. So for example, if I know how to say 30, I can say 32 by combining the words 30 and 2 together. So let's learn these new numbers. Repeat after me. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. The last number that we should look at is 1000 or 1000. So now that we know how to say those numbers, let's look at combining these new words that we learned to form higher numbers. Like mentioned before, we can combine all of the numbers we learned to form other numbers. So for example, if I want to say the number 33, I can combine the words 30 and 3 together to say 33 or 33. Similarly, if I wanted to say 62, I could say 62. Notice that I put the word E in between 60 and dos. E means and, so the direct translation is 60 and 2. This is how you combine numbers. We can also use our numbers to say numbers higher than 100. For example, if I wanted to say 200, I could say 200. Or if I wanted to say 253, I could say 253. Cientos is the plural version of cien. Lastly, let's look at what 1000 can mean. If I wanted to say 2000, I could combine the word for 2 and 1000 to say 2000. If I wanted to say 1400, I could say 1400. Makes sense? If this lesson feels a bit overwhelming, don't worry, we'll have more practice with other numbers later. For now, let's learn a bit of vocab around time. Repeat after me. Hour is hora. Minute is minuto. Second is segundo. And lastly, clock is reloj. Okay, now that we have learned numbers and vocab around time, we need to know how to talk about time. How can we answer the question, ¿Qué hora es? Or, what time is it? To tell someone what time it is, we use the verb ser. To say almost any time on the clock, we will use the conjugation son because any number above 1 is plural. So, for example, if we wanted to say it is 2 o'clock, we would say, son las dos. However, there is one exception to this rule. If we wanted to say it is 1 o'clock, we would say es la una. This is because 1 is singular. So in other words, the two conjugations of ser that we will use to tell time is son and es. You probably also noticed that when I said son las dos or es la una, I used the articles la and las. Directly translated, we are saying it is the 2 or it is the 1. I know this sounds a bit funny, but remember that Spanish grammar does not always exactly mirror that of English. So, as you could probably guess, we use las for all numbers above 1 and la for 1. So, when telling time, we're going to use first the correct conjugation of ser, son or es, and then the article la or las, and then the hour, which will be a number. So if I wanted to say it's 12:15, we would say son las 12:15. In other words, we combine the hour with the minutes with y or and. Now, if I wanted to say it's 12:30, I could say son las 12:30 or son las 12:30. Media denotes the half an hour mark. Make sense so far? Let's get some practice and I'm sure things will start to click. In this activity, I will ask you ¿qué hora es? Or what time is it? It will be your job to look at the clock and answer my question. Feel free to pause the video if you feel you need more time to think about an answer and generate a response. Otherwise, let's get started. ¿Qué hora es? If you said son las 8:15, you are correct. ¿Qué hora es? If you said son las 12:47, you are correct. ¿Qué hora es? If you said es la una, you are correct. ¿Qué hora es? If you said son las 12:05, you are correct. ¿Qué hora es? If you said son las 2:29, you are correct. ¿Qué hora es? If you said son las 3:30 or son las 3:30, you are correct. ¿Qué hora es? If you said son las 11:36, you are correct. ¿Qué hora es? If you said son las 3:12, you are correct. ¿Qué hora es? If you said son las 11:25, you are correct. Good job! You have now completed this activity.
Hola, clase, and welcome back to story time. Gather around and let's begin. Página 1. A las 12:30, mi amigo Roberto camina a la biblioteca. Did you get all of that? Let me read that again. A las 12:30, mi amigo Roberto camina a la biblioteca. Página 2. En la biblioteca, Roberto siente muy feliz. Let's read that one more time. En la biblioteca, Roberto siente muy feliz. Página 3. A la 1, Roberto sale a la biblioteca para ir al parque. Let me say that one more time. A la 1, Roberto sale a la biblioteca para ir al parque. Página 4. En el parque, Roberto encuentra un gato. El gato siente triste. Let's reread that one last time. En el parque, Roberto encuentra un gato. El gato siente triste. Al fin. The end.
Preposiciones. Prepositions. In this lesson, we're going to learn about preposiciones, or prepositions. Prepositions are linking words that usually come before a noun or pronoun and connect the noun or pronoun to the rest of the sentence. For example, in the sentence, the dog is on the table, the preposition word on connects the dog to the table. So far in our lessons, we have already seen and used some prepositions such as a or de. However, we need to explicitly name and translate them so we can begin to use them more intentionally. In this lesson, we are first going to gain a list of prepositions so we can create fuller and more complete and complex sentences throughout the rest of this course. Specifically understanding what prepositions are can be a little bit confusing because most of the time in English we use them without even thinking about them. Because of that, in this lesson, my advice is to not get too hung up on the function of prepositions, but rather just learn how to translate these words, and we will later learn how to use them. I think that once we begin the activity, prepositions will begin to make more sense. So let's get started on learning some prepositions, and then we'll use them in an activity. Repeat after me. A means to or at. De means of or from. Con means with. Sin means without. En means in or on. Entre means among or between. Hasta means until. Desde means from or since. Good work! Now that we've learned some Spanish prepositions, I'm hoping that they seem less menacing and less intimidating. Let's gain some practice with them in an activity. In this activity, we're going to practice using our prepositions by using them in phrases or sentences. A sentence or phrase will flash on the screen and you will be asked to translate it from English to Spanish. You will need to pull in everything we have learned thus far in the course to complete this activity. Let's get started. How would you translate "The cat is in the living room"? If you said "El gato está en la sala," you are correct. Notice in this sentence that we use the preposition en. En means in or on. Also notice that we use the verb estar instead of ser because we always talk about location with the verb estar. How would you translate "The tie is with the suit"? If you said "La corbata está con el traje," you are correct. Remember once again that we use the verb estar when talking about location. Also notice that we use the preposition con, which means with. How would you translate "I am from the US"? Feel free to use the Spanish abbreviation for the United States of EEUU in this sentence. If you said "Soy de los EEUU," you are correct. This sentence was a little bit tricky. First, remember that we use the verb ser when talking about nationality or origin. Also notice that we use the preposition de, which means of or from. Another tricky thing in this sentence is choosing the correct article. In the sentence above, the article was the, which means that the article must be definite. However, the article in this sentence is los, which is a definite plural and masculine article because u stands for Los Estados Unidos. Estados is plural and masculine, so we need to use a plural and masculine definite article. How would you translate, I want a banana with a strawberry? If you said quiero or yo quiero un plátano con una fresa, you are correct. Remember that querer is an irregular verb. Also notice that we used two indefinite articles because the sentence above says a banana and a strawberry, which is also synonymous to saying any banana or any strawberry. Lastly, notice that we use the preposition con, or with. I'm hoping that the prepositions are starting to come a little bit easier and make some more sense. Let's keep going. How would you say, I go to the library? If you said, yo voy a la biblioteca or voy a la biblioteca, you are correct. Notice that we use the preposition a, which means at or to. Also remember that the verb ir, which means to go, is an irregular verb. How would you translate between the kitchen and bathroom? If you said entre la cocina y el baño, you are correct. This phrase was a little bit tricky, so if you did not get the whole thing correct, don't fret. Notice first that we used the preposition entre, which means between. Also notice that we used a conjunction. The y in the sentence is pronounced e, which also means and. So far, we have not explicitly gone over conjunctions, so don't fret too much if that was confusing. How would you translate since 3 o'clock? If you said desde a las 3, you are correct. Notice that in this sentence we did not use the verb ser because we were saying since 3 o'clock, not it is 3 o'clock. In other words, we don't need a verb in this phrase. Similarly, how would you say until 5 o'clock? If you said hasta a las 5, you are correct. Remember, just like in the last question, we don't need to use the verb ser. We can replace the verb with the preposition until, which is hasta. Good job! You've now completed this activity. If this activity was a little bit overwhelming, don't worry. That was a lot to take in and to think about. We combined everything that we have learned thus far in this course to create sentences that were more complex. Remember that we can learn from our mistakes. Let's keep moving forward and we'll get more practice. La diferencia entre por y para. The difference between por and para. In this lesson, we're going to be learning about la diferencia entre por y para, or the difference between the two words or prepositions that both mean for. In English, we use the word for many different contexts. For example, I love studying Spanish for the grammar. I read the book for my homework. I am here for my parents. However, Spanish is a bit different. If we were to say these sentences in Spanish, we would need to differentiate between the different versions of for, or por, or para. So for example, in the first sentence, we would use the word por. I love studying Spanish por la gramática. In the second sentence, we would replace the word for with para. I read the book para mis tareas. In the last sentence, we would replace the word for with por. I am here por mis padres. So now we must ask ourselves why. These prepositions por y para are two words that are so commonly used in everyday speaking. However, how can we know when to use which preposition? Although the dictionary defines both por and para as both meaning for, if we change how we think about these two words that both mean for, it can help us to navigate when to use which word. First, let's take a look at the uses for para. Para conveys a final goal, destination, or purpose. This can be a result, deadline, or a person. So, for example, in the sentence, cocino los huevos para Roberto, I use the word para because I am cooking the eggs for the purpose of Roberto. Another example is, leo el libro para completar mi tarea, or I read the book to complete my homework. I use the word para for in this sentence because I have a goal to complete my homework. Next, let's take a look at the rules for por. Now, por has more rules than para, so we will go through these slowly. The first rule is to indicate a cause or reason. So, for example, in the sentence, me encanta aprender español por la gramática, or I love to learn Spanish because of the grammar, I use the word por here because the reason I love to learn Spanish is because of the grammar. Another use of por is to refer to a way or means of doing something. So in the sentence, hablo con mis amigos por los mensajes de texto, or I talk to my friends through text messages, I use the word por because the way that I talk to my friends is through text messages. Moving forward, another way to use por is to express support for something. So, for example, estoy aquí por mis padres, or I am here for my parents. I am saying the word por instead of para because I am showing support for my parents. And lastly, another use of por is to say who performed an action in passive construction. So, for example, las frutas fueron cocinados por Roberto. I am saying the word por here because the word por functions as by. The fruits were cooked by Robert. Now, these are a lot of rules to memorize. Although it's important to explicitly name and spell out these rules, let's take a look at a way to redefine these rules with a simple hack. In general, if we can think of por as due to or by, as a motivation from the past, or para as in order to, or a motivation for the future, I think we'll be able to more clearly decide when to use por and para in different sentences. Let's take a look at an example to make this a bit more clear. So, for example, if I was asked the question, ¿Por qué estudias las matemáticas? Or, why do you study mathematics? I could respond in a number of different ways. One way I could respond is, I study mathematics for my parents, or due to my parents. So in this sentence, I would use the word por. Estudio matemáticas por mis padres. Another way I could respond to this question is by saying, I study mathematics in order to be a teacher. In other words, I'm talking about a future goal. I would say, estudio matemáticas para ser un profesor. I know that this can be a little bit overwhelming and confusing, but the best way to learn the difference between por and para is through practice. So let's move on to an activity to reinforce what we have learned and practice these new rules. In this activity, a sentence will flash up on the screen and ask you to decide if the word por or para should be used. So, for example, if I had the sentence, cocino los huevos, blank, Roberto, or I cook eggs for Roberto, I would need to ask myself, does the word por or para go in the blank? After some time, I will reveal the answer. Hopefully, you said para. In this sentence, para is used because Roberto is the end goal. Make sense? Let's get started. Feel free to pause the video at any time if the answers are being revealed too quickly. Voy a la frontera, blank, vivir en los Estados Unidos. If you said the answer was para, you are correct. This is because I am going to the border in order to live in the United States. Living in the United States is my end goal. Estudio ciencias, blank, mis padres. If you said por, you are correct. This is because I am studying science for my parents. In other words, I am studying science due to my parents. Leo el libro blank completar mi tarea. I read the book in order to complete my homework. If you said para, you are correct. This is because I have the end goal to complete my homework. Hablamos con ella blank el teléfono. If you said por, you are correct. Por is used in this sentence because we can also think of por as by. We talk with her by the telephone. Bebo el jugo blank ser saludable. If you said para, you are correct. This is because I drink juice in order to be healthy. Bebo el jugo blank mi salud. If you said por or if you said para, you are correct. This phrase can be interpreted in a number of different ways. You can drink juice due to your health, or you can drink juice to accomplish the goal of your health. The words por y para would both function appropriately in this phrase. Viajo blank el carro. If you said por, you are correct. I travel by car. So por is used in this sentence because we can translate for into by. Voy a la biblioteca blank leer. If you said para, you are correct. I go to the library in order to read. Me pagan dos veces blank la renta. Or, they pay me 2 times for the rent. If you said por, you are correct. This is because por indicates cause or reason. They're paying me for the rent. Rent is the reason. Good job! You have now completed this activity. I know that this can be a little bit overwhelming and confusing. Remember that por y para is one of the most confusing elements of learning Spanish. This is because in English we only use one word for. Don't get discouraged if some of this is confusing or overwhelming. Just keep practicing, and eventually, the more that you speak, the more that the use of por and para will come naturally. Good work. Vocabulario. Familia. Vocabulary. Family. In this lesson, we're going to be going over vocab words so we can talk about familia, or family. First, we will go through a short lecture to learn some new vocab words, and then we will do an activity asking you to use and practice with our new words. Let's get started and repeat after me. Father is padre. Mother is madre. Husband is esposo. Wife is esposa. Son is hijo. Daughter is hija. Brother is hermano. Sister is hermana. Cousin is primo or prima, depending on the gender of the person. Aunt is tía. Uncle is tío. Nephew is sobrino. Niece is sobrina. Grandpa is abuelo.
grandma is abuela. Good work. Now let's move on to an activity to test our knowledge of what we just learned. In this activity, we will be focusing in on using and comprehending our vocab words. A description of someone in the family will flash on the screen, asking you to name the family member it is describing. So, for example, if I saw the description, El padre de mi primo, I would first translate this phrase to the father of my cousin. Notice that the cousin is male because the noun ends with an O. After some time, hopefully you would be able to come up with the answer, tío, since an uncle would be the father of one's cousin. For this activity, all of the questions will have the words me in them. This means my. Make sense so far? Feel free to pause the video at any point in time if the answers are being revealed too quickly. Otherwise, let's get started. La madre de mi madre. If you said abuela, you are correct. El hijo de mi hermano. If you said sobrino, you are correct. El hijo de mi abuela. If you said padre, you are correct. La hija de mi hermana. If you said sobrina, you are correct. La hermana de mi madre. If you said tía, you are correct. La esposa de mi padre. If you said madre, you are correct. La hija de mi padre. If you said hermana, you are correct. La hermana de mi padre. If you said tía, you are correct. La hija de mi esposo. If you said hija, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Las reuniones. Gatherings. Now that we have talked about family, let's learn some phrases that may be helpful when we go to visit those family members. These phrases can also help us navigate interactions if we are visiting anyone in their home. Before you enter someone's house or leave the table to use the restroom, it's best to say, con permiso. This phrase, as we have learned, functions as, excuse me, but in this context it means, with your permission. After you say this, your host will likely allow you to enter their home by saying, pase or pasen. In other words, they're trying to say, come in. Pase will be used if you are one singular person, and pasen will be used if there are multiple people with you. Now, if you're bringing someone new to this gathering, it's good to introduce that person. To do this, you can say, les presento a blank. In other words, you can think of this phrase as, let me introduce you to blank. So, for example, if I wanted to introduce my student Roberto to my friends, I would say, les presento a mi estudiante Roberto. If you have not seen your host or someone else at the gathering in a long time, it's good to say, es un gusto verte, or it's a pleasure to see you. Now, if you're at the dinner table and you have some bread, but you need someone to pass you the butter, you can turn to your neighbor and say, ¿me puedes dar? Or, can you give me? So, for example, if I needed some extra salt on my chicken, I could say, ¿me puedes dar la sal? And lastly, before you leave, it's good to thank your host by saying, gracias por invitarme, or Gracias por invitarnos, or thank you for inviting me or us. Good work! I hope you find these phrases helpful. See you in our next adventure! Hola, clase! Let's gather around for another story. It may be helpful in this story if you take notes to remember all that we go over. Everyone take a seat. Página 1. Mi padre y mi madre tienen 3 hijos. Ellos tienen yo, mi hermano David, y mi hermana Catarina. Let me reread that one more time. Mi padre y mi madre tienen 3 hijos. Tienen yo, mi hermano David y mi hermana Catarina. Página 2. Mi hermana Catarina tiene 2 hijos. Mi hermano David no tiene hijos. Tampoco yo no tengo hijos. That was a lot to take in. Let me reread that one more time. Mi hermana Catarina tiene 2 hijos. Mi hermano David no tiene hijos. Tampoco yo no tengo hijos. Página 3. Cada fin de semana, mis padres tienen una cena para toda la familia. Se invitan mis hermanos y también mis tíos y mis tías. Did you get all of that? Cada fin de semana, mis padres tienen una cena para toda la familia. Se invitan mis hermanos y también mis tíos y mis tías. Página 4. Mi madre y mis tías cocinan mucha comida. Siempre comemos carne, papas y verduras. Let's hear that one more time. Mi madre y mis tías cocinan mucha comida. Siempre comemos carne, papas y verduras. Al fin. The end. Okay, clase. Be sure to take the quiz to test what you retained. I'll see you in our next adventure. Conjunciones. Conjunctions. In this lesson, we are going to learn about conjunciones, or conjunctions. Conjunctions are words that link or join words or phrases to form a whole phrase. Knowing conjunctions will help us to form more complex sentences when we communicate. Although we use conjunctions all the time, it can be confusing to understand what conjunctions are when we talk about their grammatical use and function. For now, let's just focus on translating these Spanish conjunctions, and as we learn these new words, their use will come more naturally than you may think. In fact, we have already seen and used some conjunctions without even knowing it yet. Alright, now let's get started on the lesson, in which we will translate a few words, and then we'll later move on to an activity. Feel free to repeat after me to practice your pronunciation. But is pero. Or is o. Because is porque. And is y. As or while is mientras. That is que. So or thus is entonces. Neither or nor is ni. Good work! Hopefully after learning some conjunctions, they seem a bit less intimidating. Although they have a specific use to link or join words and phrases, knowing their meaning makes using them relatively self-explanatory since we use these words so frequently in English. In our next activity, you will practice using conjunctions and be able to see their use and function. In this activity, a phrase will flash on the screen and you will be asked to translate it from English to Spanish. After a short while, I will reveal the answer to you. Feel free to pause the video if you feel the answers are being revealed too quickly. You will be pulling in everything we have learned thus far in this course to translate these sentences and also using our new conjunctions. So remember, don't get discouraged if your sentences are not perfect. Part of learning a new language involves making mistakes and getting frustrated. Let's get started. How would you say, I want a dog or a cat? If you said, quiero un gato o un perro, you are correct. Notice that we use the conjunction o, which means or. Also remember that querer is an irregular stem-changing verb, so the e in the stem will change to an ie. The last thing I will point out about this sentence is the use of the indefinite article un. If you look at the English sentence above, the sentence says a cat or a dog. It does not say the cat or the dog. In other words, the article must be indefinite because it is any cat or dog. How would you say, I go to the library because I read? If you said, voy a la biblioteca porque yo leo, you are correct. Notice that we use the conjunction porque, which means because. Porque probably looks a little bit familiar to you because we have used la palabra interrogativa of por qué. Notice that because combines the por and que into one word and la palabra interrogativa divides them into two. How would you say, I am a mom and a sister? If you said, soy una madre y una hermana, you are correct. First, notice that we use the conjunction y, which means and. Also notice that we use the verb ser instead of estar in this sentence because being a mom and a sister is part of a permanent identity. It is not a temporary state. How would you say, I am sad while I am in the kitchen? If you said, estoy triste mientras estoy en la cocina, you are correct. First, notice that we use the conjunction mientras in this sentence, which means while. Also notice to say I am, we use the verb estar both times. In this sentence, we are talking about feelings and location, so estar is always used because these are temporary states and not permanent parts of our identity. How would you say, I go to the restaurant that has watermelons? If you said, voy al restaurante que tiene sandías, you are correct. First, notice that we use the conjunction que, which means that. Also notice that instead of saying voy a el restaurante, we combined the a and the el together to create al. Also remember that the verb tener is irregular. It may be a little bit confusing that we conjugated tener into the el, ella, usted form. This is because restaurante is a singular noun. So although there may be multiple people working in a restaurant, the restaurant itself is a singular entity. How would you say, my brother nor I want dogs? If you said, mi hermano ni yo queremos perros, you are correct. Notice that we use the conjunction ni, which means nor. Also remember that the verb querer is irregular. However, it takes on a regular form in the nosotros form. How would you say, I want a fish, but I have a butterfly? If you said, quiero un pescado, pero tengo una mariposa, you are correct. Notice that we use the conjunction pero in this sentence, which means but. How would you say, I can't go, so you go? If you said, no puedo ir, entonces tú vas, you are correct. This sentence was a little bit tricky because it could be interpreted a couple of different ways. I can't can be interpreted as to be able to, so we would use the verb poder. First, we would conjugate poder into the yo form, which is puedo, and after the infinitive verb of to go follows. Lastly, also notice that we use the conjunction entonces, which means so. Good work! You have now completed this lesson. Remember to not get discouraged if you did not say everything correctly. We can learn from our mistakes. The more we practice, the more things will begin to click. El verbo haber. The verb haber. In this lesson, we're going to learn about el verbo haber, or the verb haber. Haber is one of the most commonly used verbs in Spanish and is mostly used as a helping verb, which we will see much later. The direct translation of haber is there is or there are. However, haber means so much more than this, which is why this verb is getting its own full lesson. Let's dive into the uses of haber a bit more. Like mentioned before, haber is most commonly used as an auxiliary verb. This verb is used to form haber's perfect tense. The perfect tense refers to actions that have been or will be completed. For example, the question, ¿Has estudiado?, asks, have you studied? For now, don't worry too much about the perfect tense. This is not how we will use haber right now. Next, the there is, there are definition does not only refer to a place, but also to mere existence. For example, the sentence, hay mariposas en la tienda, the sentence translates to, there are butterflies in the store. Additionally, it is also used as an idiom to say, it is necessary. This normally comes with the conjugation I. For example, hay que estudiar means it is necessary to study. Lastly, to make things a bit more complex, haber is also an irregular verb. Let's go over the present tense conjugations of haber, and then we'll practice using this verb. As you can see, haber is an extremely irregular verb. Let's go over these conjugations together. Yo, he. Tú, has. Él, ella, or usted, ha, or hay. Nosotros, hemos. Vosotros, habéis. And ellos, ellas, or ustedes, han. For now, the only conjugation of haber that we will use is I. The rest of the conjugations we will explore when we use haber as an auxiliary verb. One confusing thing about haber is that unlike other verbs, we always use I when referring to both plural and singular objects. For example, hay mucha fruta says, there is much fruit. In the second sentence, hay muchas frutas directly translates to, there are many fruits. Although the first sentence is singular and the second sentence is plural, we still use the él, ella, usted conjugation of I. This may feel a bit confusing, but for now, just remember that I is the conjugation of haber, which denotes existence or idiom. Let's move on to an activity where we can practice with our new verb, haber. In this activity, we are going to practice with the two uses of haber, both to say there is and also it is necessary to. A sentence will flash upon the screen asking you to translate it. Once again, this activity will pull from everything we have learned thus far in the course, so remember to give yourself some space to make mistakes. Feel free to pause the video if answers are being revealed too quickly. Let's get started. How would you say, it is necessary to read? If you said, hay que leer, you are correct. How would you say, there are butterflies? If you said, hay mariposas, you are correct. How would you say, there is a skirt in the living room? If you said, hay una falda en la sala, you are correct. How would you say, it is necessary to go? If you said hay que ir, you are correct. How would you say it is necessary to talk? If you said hay que hablar, you are correct. How would you say there are suits in the bedroom? If you said hay trajes en la habitación, you are correct. How would you say there are dogs? If you said hay perros, you are correct. How would you say it is necessary to listen? If you said hay que escuchar, you are correct. Good work. You have now completed this activity. Haber is a confusing verb to learn, so remember that as we continue to practice with it, things will begin to click. If some things don't completely make sense, that is okay. And as we continue to go through this course, my hope is that forming sentences and using this verb will feel more natural. Vocabulario, el cuerpo. Vocabulary, the body. In this lesson, we're going to be learning how to say different parts of el cuerpo, or the body. This lesson will work like our other vocabulary lessons. First, we will go through a lecture where we will together learn different parts of the body and you can practice your pronunciation. After, we will do an activity to practice our new vocab words. Let's get started and repeat after me. Head is cabeza. Eyes are los ojos. Nose is la nariz. Remember that nariz is a feminine noun. Mouth is boca. Ear is oreja. Arm is brazo. Hand is la mano. Mano is an irregular noun. Although it ends in an O, it is feminine, so we use the article la with the noun mano. Heart is el corazón. Back is la espalda. Stomach is el estómago. Leg is pierna. And lastly, feet are los pies. Good job! We've now completed the lecture section of this lesson. Now let's move on to an activity to practice what we have learned. In this activity, we will be using our new vocab words to tell a doctor what part of the body does not feel good. The question, ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien?, will flash upon the screen and you will have to answer back using the indicated body part. For example, if the question, ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien?, flashed upon the screen along with the picture of an arm, I would first need to identify the body part in the picture as el brazo. And then to answer the doctor, I would say, el brazo no siente bien. Make sure that in your answer, the verb, article, and noun all match in plural, singular, and feminine and masculine forms. Also notice the word del in the question. Del is a combination of the word de and el, or in other words, the words of and the. However, because there are two e's that are together, it is useless to say de el. Instead, to make speaking more efficient,
Spanish combines the two words to say del, which means of the. In contrast, if the article was la, we would keep the de and the la separate. Make sense? All right, now let's get started. Feel free to pause the video at any point in time if the answers are being revealed too quickly. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, los pies no sienten bien, you are correct. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, la oreja no siente bien, you are correct. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, el corazón no siente bien, you are correct. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, la espalda no siente bien, you are correct. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, la mano no siente bien, you are correct. Remember that mano is an irregular noun. Although it ends in an O, it is feminine and not masculine. So with this word, we use the article la. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, los ojos no sienten bien, you are correct. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, la cabeza no siente bien, you are correct. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, el estómago no siente bien, you are correct. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, la nariz no siente bien, you are correct. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, las piernas no sienten bien, you are correct. ¿Cuál parte del cuerpo no siente bien? If you said, la boca no siente bien, you are correct. Good job! You've now completed this activity. Hopefully you'll get some rest since it seems like all of your body parts are not feeling very good. Pronombres indirectos. Indirect pronouns. In this lesson, we're going to learn about pronombres indirectos, or indirect pronouns, more specifically, indirect object pronouns. This lesson may be a little bit confusing, so make sure to pause the video and rewatch if a concept is confusing or does not make sense. In this lesson, rather than doing an activity at the end, we are going to walk through some practice together so you have some extra support as you learn this new concept. If parts of this lesson don't make complete sense, that is okay. Know that we will continue to work with indirect pronouns and that as we practice, their use will come more naturally. So we should probably answer the question, what are indirect pronouns? Indirect object pronouns are pronouns that tell you to whom or for whom an action is done. So for example, in the sentence, I cooked an egg for her, the indirect object pronoun is her because the action of cooking an egg was for her. In English, indirect object pronouns are words like me, you, him, her, us, or them. In Spanish, all the indirect object pronouns are as follows. Me means for me. Te means for you. Le means for formal you, him, her, or it. Nos is for us, os is for you all, and this is only used in Spain, and les is for you all or them. Some good news about indirect object pronouns that make things a bit easier are that there are no feminine or masculine forms of these pronouns. So, in other words, you don't need to worry about making sure they agree with gender of nouns. Most commonly, indirect object pronouns are used with verbs such as gustar, fascinar, encantar, doler, or interesar. These verbs are a bit different than our normal verbs, so let's first go through and define each verb, and then we'll talk about how they function. Gustar means to be pleasing to, and it can be translated to I like, you like, he, she, we likes, they like, etc. Fascinar means to catch attention. Encantar means to love, please, or make happy, and it can be thought of as I love, you love, we love, they love, you all love, etc. Doler means to hurt. Doler is a stem-changing verb. The O in the stem of doler will change to a UE when we conjugate it. Interesar means to produce interest, and it can be thought of as, when in the yo form, I am interested in the to form, you are interested in, etc., etc. Now that we know what these verbs mean, let's talk about how they function and are used. When using these verbs with indirect object pronouns, we conjugate them based on the object rather than the pronoun. This concept is a bit confusing, so let's walk through a couple examples. In the sentence, I like cats, it would be easy to think to conjugate the verb gustar, which can be thought of as I like, to yo gusto, and think that the sentence would be yo gusto los gatos. However, because gustar means to be pleasing to, gustar is conjugated based on cats rather than the person who is doing the liking. In other words, the correct translation of I like cats would be me gustan los gatos. This directly translates to cats are pleasing to me. In other words, it is the cats that are pleasing, the cats are performing the action, to me, the indirect object pronoun. This is why gustar is gustan. Let's walk through a couple more examples. To translate the sentence, you like the dog, we must first find the correct indirect object pronoun that matches with you. Once we discover that it is te, we conjugate the verb gustar in a way so the dog is performing the action, which would be gusta, since the dog is a he, she, or an él, ella. So the sentence reads, te gusta el perro. Another easy way to think about this is to think of the phrase me gusta as I like, and to conjugate the verb gustar based on the plurality or the singularity of the subject. Now, one thing that you may have noticed is that the indirect pronouns come before the object in Spanish. This is a bit different from English, as indirect pronouns come after the object. For example, in the sentence, I bought a sweater for him, the indirect object of a sweater precedes the indirect pronoun of for him. In contrast, in Spanish, the indirect pronoun comes before the indirect object. So, for example, in the sentence, me gustan las fresas, the indirect object of me precedes the object of las fresas. This may feel a bit confusing, so let's walk through a few sentences together and practice. If I was to translate the sentence, I am interested in dresses, how would I do so? First, the verb interesar directly translates to produce interest in. However, it is also the Spanish equivalent of I am interested in. Because dresses are the object that are producing the interest, we will conjugate the verb interesar to interesan, since dresses are plural. And then we will also add a me, since it is producing the interest in me. So our sentence would read, me interesan los vestidos. Now let's try the sentence, my arm hurts. Pause the video and try to translate this sentence on your own. Now let's walk through this together. Because the arm is the object that is doing the hurting, we need to conjugate doler, which is a stem-changing verb, into the he/she form of duele. Also, because the arm is hurting me, we need to find the indirect object pronoun that would fit that, which is me. So our sentence would read, Me duele el brazo. Now let's try the sentence. She loves to walk. Pause the video and try to write this sentence on your own. Good work. How did it go? Let's walk through this together. So the verb that we think of as to love is encantar. Because we're talking about walking, which is an infinitive verb or a singular action, we conjugate encantar into encanta, since it is walking that is causing the reaction in her. So the indirect object pronoun that fits with her or she is le. So our sentence would read, Le encanta caminar. Is it starting to make a little bit more sense? Let's try another one. How would you translate the sentence, they are fascinated with fish? Pause the video and try to translate this sentence. Let's walk through this together. Because fish are the objects that are causing the reaction in them, or they, we conjugate fascinar into the eos form, which is fascinan. Next, we'll find the indirect object pronoun that would match with they, which is les. So our sentence would read, Les fascinan los pescados. And let's try another one. How would you translate the sentence, we like oranges? Pause the video and try to translate this sentence. Good work. So first we need to find the verb for like, which is gustar. Gustar directly translates to be pleasing to. Because oranges are the object doing the pleasing, we conjugate gustar to fit with oranges. So in other words, we're going to conjugate gustar into gustan, since there are multiple oranges. Next, we need to find the indirect object pronoun that goes with we. This is nos. So our sentence would read, Nos gustan las naranjas. Let's try the sentence, our legs hurt. Pause the video and translate the sentence. All right. Hopefully you conjugated the verb doler into duelen because legs are the object that are doing the hurting to us. And hopefully you found that us is nos. So our sentence would read, Nos duelen las piernas. How would you translate the sentence, he loves to study? Pause the video and do your best. Okay. Because the singular action of studying is causing a reaction in him, we're going to conjugate encantar according to the object which is studying. So our sentence would read, Le encanta estudiar. How would you translate the sentence, I do not like cats? Pause the video and try this on your own. Hopefully after some time, you first translated the word like into gustan, since cats are plural. Next, hopefully you found the indirect object pronoun of me. However, because this is something that I do not like, the word no needs to first come in the sentence. So our sentence would read, No me gustan los gatos. Good job! You have now completed this activity. Remember to not get discouraged if this lesson was confusing. It takes a lot of time and practice to fully grasp the different ways of thinking.
Hola, clase! Let's read a story. Take a seat and let's begin. Página 1. Mi amigo Jesús le interesan los animales. Por eso Jesús es un estudiante. Él quiere ser un doctor de animales. Voy a leer esta página otra vez. I'm going to read this page again. Mi amigo Jesús le interesan los animales. Por eso Jesús es un estudiante. Él quiere ser un doctor de animales. Página 2. Jesús le gusta leer. Siempre está en la biblioteca estudiando los cuerpos de los animales. Did you get all of that? Let me reread that one more time. Jesús le gusta leer. Siempre está en la biblioteca estudiando los cuerpos de los animales. Página 3. Cuando los gatos, los perros o los pájaros les duelen, pueden ir a la oficina de Jesús para recibir ayuda. Sin embargo, Jesús todavía no sabe ayudar a animales grandes como los elefantes. Solo sabe ayudar a las mascotas. That was a long page. Let me reread that one more time. Cuando los gatos, los perros o los pájaros les duelen, pueden ir a la oficina de Jesús para recibir ayuda. Sin embargo, Jesús todavía no sabe ayudar a animales grandes como los elefantes. Solo sabe ayudar a las mascotas. Al fin. The end. Remember to take the quiz, clase. Vocabulario. Colores. Vocabulary. Colors. In this lesson, we're going to learn some vocabulary words for colores, or colors. Just like in English, colors in Spanish can be used as both nouns and adjectives. For example, if I said, me gusta el color rojo, or I like the color red, red functions as a noun since it is a thing that I like. However, if I said, la manzana es roja, the apple is red, red functions as an adjective since it is used to describe the apple. If colors are treated as adjectives, they must, like other adjectives, agree with the noun in gender and number. For example, if I was to say, el carro rojo, I would use the masculine and singular version of rojo, or red, so the adjective agrees with the masculine and singular version of the noun carro. However, if I said the sentence, las manzanas rojas, I would change rojo to the feminine and plural form of this adjective so it matches and agrees with the noun manzanas. Make sense? So now let's learn some of these colors so we can practice with them later. Feel free to repeat after me to practice your pronunciation. Orange is anaranjado. Yellow is amarillo. Blue is azul. Red is rojo. Green is verde. Black is negro. Brown is café. Pink is rosado. Purple is morado. And white is blanco. Good work. Now let's move on to an activity to practice what we've just learned. In this activity, you will be completing a sentence by naming a color. Notice when a sentence uses a color as a noun or an adjective, as this will clue you into whether or not you need to adapt the color to match the gender and number of the noun, or whether the color itself can stand on its own as an object. For example, if this prompt came up, la naranja es, I would first look at the sentence and see that the color is functioning as an adjective, as orange is describing the fruit orange. After I identify the color as orange, I would need to adapt it in gender and number to fit the object. Because naranja is singular and feminine, our answer would be anaranjada. Alright, now let's get started. Las manzanas son. If you said verdes, you are correct. La sala es. If you said amarilla, you are correct. Me gusta el color. If you said rosado, you are correct. Notice that in this sentence, rosado is functioning as a noun and not as an adjective. El vestido es. If you said blanco, you are correct. Me gusta el color. If you said negro, you are correct. El color blanc es bonita. If you said azul, you are correct. Notice that in this sentence, azul is functioning as a noun and not as an adjective. Las mariposas son. If you said rojas, you are correct. El caballo es. If you said café, you are correct. Las uvas son. If you said moradas, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Los pronombres de objetos directos. Direct object pronouns. In this lesson, we're going to learn about los pronombres de objetos directos, or direct object pronouns. Rather than doing an activity at the end of this lesson, we're going to walk through some practice together so these concepts and rules that are a bit confusing can be clarified a bit more. Indirect object pronouns are words like lo, la, los, and las. This may look similar to some of the articles we have previously used. You can think of direct object pronouns of words like it or them. So what are direct object pronouns? Direct object pronouns are object pronouns that replace nouns. Let's take a look at an interaction so we can make sense of what this means. If someone were to ask me, ¿Quieres una manzana? Do you want an apple? I could answer, no gracias, no quiero una manzana, or no thank you, I don't want an apple. However, this is a bit redundant. Instead, I could choose a different answer and say, no gracias, no la quiero, or in other words, no thank you, I don't want it. In this interaction, the direct object pronoun of la replaces the direct object of manzana. In other words, direct object pronouns directly replace the noun so that we do not have to repeat it twice. Moving forward, in Spanish, direct object pronouns usually come before the verb. This is different than English because direct object pronouns typically come after. This can be seen in our English translation of our response to the question, ¿Quieres una manzana? If we were to answer the question in English, we'd probably say something like, no thank you, I don't want it. The direct object pronoun of it comes after the verb at the end of the sentence. However, in Spanish, the direct object pronoun comes before the verb. Instead of no quiero la, we say no la quiero. So what should we do if there are two verbs in a sentence? If there is a verb followed by an infinitive, the direct object pronoun comes before the main verb. So for example, if I ask the question, ¿Quieres comer la manzana? You can see that there are two verbs in the sentence, querer and comer. However, querer is conjugated into the to form, while comer is in the infinitive form, which we can see by the er ending. So when we respond, we could say, no la quiero comer. The la, the direct object pronoun, comes before the first conjugated verb. Lastly, you probably have already noticed, and it may not come as a surprise to you, that direct object pronouns agree with the direct object in gender and plurality and singularity. So in our example, la agrees with manzana because they are both feminine and singular. However, if the direct object was manzanas, I would need to look at our table and find a feminine and plural version of the direct object pronoun of las. Really quickly, let's review all of our rules for the direct object pronouns that we have gone over thus far. So direct object pronouns replace direct objects. Direct object pronouns usually come before the verb. When there is a verb followed by an infinitive, the direct object pronoun comes before the main verb. Direct object pronouns must agree with the direct object in gender and plurality and singularity. Make sense so far? This may be a bit confusing, so let's run through a few practice examples together. So, if I had the question, ¿Quieres tener un perro? And I wanted to answer no, how would I go about doing so? First, I must replace the direct object with the direct object pronoun. So in other words, I must first identify the direct object. If we look at our question, we can see that perro is the direct object since it is the only noun in the sentence. Direct objects are the recipients of the actions of the verb. Because the dog is the recipient of wanting and having, it is the direct object. Next, to replace the direct object with the direct object pronoun, we must make sure that the direct object pronoun agrees with the gender and number of the perro, or the dog. If we look at the word perro, we can see that it is masculine because it ends in an O, and it is singular because it does not end in an S. So if we look at our chart, we can see that the direct object pronoun that would go with this is lo. Now we know that direct object pronouns come before the verb. However, because we have two verbs, we need to remember our second rule that the direct object pronoun will come before the conjugated verb. So once we conjugate querer and leave tener as an infinitive, so it mirrors the question form, we would be able to answer the question, ¿Quieres tener un perro? I would respond, no lo quiero tener. Notice that querer is conjugated and tener is left infinitive, and notice that the direct object pronoun of lo comes before both verbs. Make sense? Why don't you try one on your own? Pause the video and answer the question, ¿Quieres ayudar el gato? Good work! So hopefully you came up with the answer, sí, lo quiero ayudar. If we look at this answer, the lo, the direct object pronoun, matches the gato in gender and singularity. Additionally, it comes before the conjugated verb. Let's try another one. How would you answer the question, ¿Comes la naranja? Pause the video and answer the question. Good work! Hopefully you came up with the answer, no la como. The direct object pronoun comes before the verb comer, which right now is conjugated in the yo form of como, and it matches the direct object of naranja in its feminine and singular form. Let's try another one. Pause the video and answer the question, ¿Estudias el cuerpo? Good work! Hopefully you came up with the answer, sí, lo estudio. So once again, notice that lo, the direct object pronoun, matches el cuerpo, the direct object, in its masculine and singular form and comes before the verb estudiar, which right now is conjugated in the yo form of estudio. Good job! You have now completed this section of the lesson. Feel free to return to any point of the lecture as needed if you want to review. Vocabulario. Actividades. Vocabulary. Activities. In this lesson, we're going to learn about actividades, or activities. Because activities are things that we do, this list of vocab words will be verbs, which you can see in their AR, IR, and ER endings. If a verb is irregular, we will practice conjugating it in the present tense together. Let's get started on the lecture and feel free to repeat after me. To draw is dibujar. To travel is viajar. To exercise is hacer ejercicio. Notice that the verb is hacer and ejercicio is a noun. Hacer ejercicio directly translates to do exercise. As you have seen before, hacer is an irregular verb. The conjugations go as follows. Yo hago, tú haces, Él hace. Nosotros hacemos. Vosotros hacéis. And ellos hacen. To watch TV is mirar televisión. Just like the previous phrase, mirar is the verb and televisión is the noun for TV. To shop is ir de compras. Like we have seen before, ir is an irregular verb. The conjugations go as follows. Yo voy, tú vas, él va, nosotros vamos, vosotros vais, and ellos van. To play guitar is tocar la guitarra. Notice that the verb tocar is to touch or to play, and la guitarra is the noun. To hang out with friends is pasar tiempo con mis amigos. This directly translates to pass time with my friends. To skate is patinar. To ski is esquiar. To ride a bike is montar en bicicleta. To play sports is jugar deportes. Good work! You have now completed the lecture. Now let's move on to an activity to practice what we have learned. In this activity, we will be translating sentences from English to Spanish. We will be pulling in everything we have learned thus far in the course, so feel free to pause the video if you need to review your notes or if you need a break. How would you translate the sentence, I love to ski? Feel free to pause the video if you feel you need more time to answer this question and the answers are being revealed too quickly. If you said, me encanta esquiar, you are correct. Remember that the phrase me encanta translates to I love. Because it is skiing that is impacting you, encantar is conjugated encanta. How would you translate the sentence, I work out in the morning? If you said, hago ejercicio en la mañana, you are correct. Remember that the yo form of hacer is irregular, so it's hago. How would you translate the sentence, do you like to watch TV? If you said, ¿te gusta mirar la tele? You are correct. Remember that gustar directly translates as to be pleasing to, and because watching TV is directly pleasing to you, gustar is conjugated in the form of te gusta. How would you translate the sentence, she skates to the store? If you said, ella patina a la tienda, you are correct. How would you translate the sentence, they play sports at 5 o'clock? If you said, ellos juegan deportes a las 5, you are correct. Remember, because 5 is a plural number, the article that belongs with it is las. How would you translate the sentence, I want to ride a bike? If you said, quiero montar en bicicleta, you are correct. Remember that the verb querer, which means to want, is an irregular verb. How would you translate the sentence, I love to shop? If you said, me encanta ir de compras, you are correct. How would you translate the sentence, she draws horses? If you said, ella dibuja caballos, you are correct. How would you translate the sentence, he does not like to travel? If you said, él no le gusta viajar, you are correct. Remember, because it is he, we use le gusta. Traveling is not pleasing to him. Gustar is conjugated in the él, ella, usted form because viajar is a singular activity. How would you translate the sentence, what time are you hanging out with friends? If you said, ¿A qué hora vas a pasar tiempo con amigos?" you are correct. Remember, to ask about time, you always start a sentence with ¿A qué hora? How would you translate the sentence, they play guitar at night? If you said, "Ellos tocan la guitarra en la noche," you are correct. Remember that tocar must be conjugated in the ellos form of tocan. Good job! You've now completed this activity. Feel free to go back through the lesson or to review old lessons as you need. Remember to keep practicing, as making mistakes is the best way to learn. La diferencia entre saber y conocer. The difference between saber and conocer. In this lesson, we're going to go over the difference between the two verbs conocer and saber. Both verbs mean to know. However, each verb is used differently. You can think of saber as translating to what we think of in English as to know. We use it to talk about information, facts, or learned skills. In contrast, you can think of conocer as translating to meet. It is used to express familiarity or acquaintance with a person, place, or thing. Let's practice with an example. If I had the sentence, "Do you know how to read?" would I use saber or conocer? In this example, I would use the verb saber. This is because reading is a skill. How about if I had the sentence, "Do you know Roberto?" In this sentence, I would use the verb conocer. This is because I am acquainted with Roberto. Let's try another example. If I had the sentence, "Do you know how to get to the train station?" would I use the verb saber or conocer? In this sentence, I would use the verb saber. This is because I am asking for information. I am asking for directions. But what if I had the question, "Are you familiar with the train station?" What verb would I use, saber or conocer? In this sentence, I would use the verb conocer. This is because this type of knowing is being familiar with a place, the train station. This is different than the last question that asked for directions, for information, for how to get to the train station. Do you see the difference? Now, to make things a little bit more complicated, conocer and saber both have irregular yo forms when conjugated into the present tense. So let's walk through these conjugations together. Saber is conjugated as follows. Yo sé, tú sabes, él sabe, nosotros sabemos, vosotros sabéis, and ellos saben. Conocer is conjugated as follows. Yo conozco, tú conoces, él conoce, nosotros conocemos, vosotros conocéis, and ellos conocen. As you can see, for both of these verbs, all of the conjugations are regular except for the yo form. Now let's get some practice with these conjugations and verbs in an activity. In this activity, we will be working with the verbs saber and conocer. A sentence in English will flash up on the screen, and you will be asked to translate it. You will need to decide what version of to know the sentence is asking for, and also correctly conjugate the verb. This activity will pull from the whole course, so feel free to go back and review any sections if you need. If the answers are being revealed too quickly, feel free to pause the video to give yourself some more time to think. Otherwise, let's get started. How would you ask the question, "Do you know Samuel?" If you said, "Conoces Samuel?" you are correct. In this sentence, This type of knowing has to do with being familiar or acquainted with a person. Therefore, we're going to use the verb conocer. How would you translate the sentence, do you know where Roberto is? If you said, ¿Sabes dónde está Roberto?, you are correct. In this sentence, we use saber because we're asking for information about Roberto. How would you translate the sentence, I meet the dog? If you said, Conozco el perro, you are correct. In this sentence, we're using the verb conocer in the irregular yo form of conozco. We use conocer in this sentence because we can think of conocer as to meet. How would you translate the sentence, do they know how to read? If you said, ellos saben leer, you are correct. In this sentence, we use the verb saber because we're asking if they know a skill. How would you translate the sentence, is she acquainted with the border? If you said, ella conoce la frontera, you are correct. In this sentence, we use conocer because we're asking if someone is acquainted with a place. How would you translate the sentence, does she know where the border is? If you said, ella sabe dónde está la frontera, you are correct. This answer was a little bit tricky, especially following the last question. In this sentence, we use the verb saber because we are asking for information about a location. How would you translate the sentence, my dad knows my mom? If you said, mi padre conoce mi madre, you are correct. In this sentence, we use the verb conocer because my father is familiar with my mother. A skill, knowledge, or information, instead we're asking about being acquainted with somebody. How would you translate the sentence, I know the grandma of my mother? If you said, conozco la abuela de mi madre, you are correct. In this sentence, we're talking about being familiar or acquainted with a person. La abuela de mi madre. Also notice that in this sentence, we're using the yo form of conocer, which is irregular. How would you translate the sentence, are you acquainted with the library? If you said, ¿conoces la biblioteca?, you are correct. In this sentence, we use conocer because the sentence directly says acquainted with. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Don't get discouraged if you did not get all the answers right. Understanding different contexts can be difficult. For now, keep practicing and learn from your mistakes. Vocabulario. Comida. Vocabulary. Food. In this lesson, we're going to learn some vocabulary words for food. This will help you talk about meals, ask for something yummy to eat, or order something at a restaurant. First, let's go through the lecture to learn some new words. These words will include nouns and expressions. Let's get started and repeat after me. I would like is me gustaría. This phrase is a phrase that you could use to order something at a restaurant. When you see a yummy dish on the menu, you could say, me gustaría el arroz con pollo. Delicious is que rico. Meat is carne. Chicken is pollo. Beef is carne de res. Ham is jamón. Vegetables are verduras. Carrot is zanahoria. Onion is cebolla. Notice that in this word there are two L's. If you remember back to our alphabet lesson, this is pronounced eye. So the word is pronounced cebolla. Tomato is tomate. Potato is papa. Bread is pan. Rice is arroz. Egg is huevo. Juice is jugo. Milk is leche. Coffee is café. Good work! You have now completed the lecture portion of this lesson. Now let's move on to an activity to practice what we have just learned. In this activity, a question will flash up on the screen asking what type of food would you like to eat. The question will read, ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If we break this question down, first you will notice our palabra interrogativa of ¿qué? Next you will see a phrase similar to what we have just learned, of ¿te gustaría? This is similar to me gustaría, the phrase that we just learned. If you think back to our lesson on indirect object pronouns, you'll remember that we learned the phrase me gusta. Me gustaría and te gustaría are phrases that are very similar to this. In fact, gustaría is a form of the verb gustar. For now, just know that these same rules apply. Te is the indirect object pronoun. We're asking, in this question, what food would be pleasing to you to eat? In the same way that we conjugated gustar in the indirect object pronoun lesson, we will be doing the same here. So, for example, if there is one object that is pleasing to you, the phrase would be te gustaría. However, if there are two objects that are pleasing to you, in other words, there are plural, we would say te gustarían. Make sense? After this question comes up, we will have to answer the question with the corresponding food in the picture. So let's look at an example really quick. If we had the question, ¿Qué te gustaría comer? We would need to answer, Me gustaría la leche. We're responding to the te, the indirect object pronoun, with an indirect object pronoun that refers to me, me. Because the milk is pleasing to me and leche is a singular word, gustaría is written as it is. However, if it was las leches, I would say me gustarían, I would add an N at the end of gustaría, and the phrase would read, me gustarían las leches. These answers can be me gustaría comer la leche or me gustaría la leche. Either one would work or function. Make sense? Let's go ahead and get started. Feel free to pause the video if the answers are being revealed too quickly. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el tomate, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el arroz, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el carne de res, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el pan, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el carne, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el café, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría la zanahoria, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el jamón, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el huevo, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el pollo, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustarían las verduras, you are correct. Notice in this sentence that there is an N at the end of gustaría. This is because the verduras are plural. There is an S at the end. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría la papa, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría la cebolla, you are correct. ¿Qué te gustaría comer? If you said, me gustaría el jugo, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Alrededor de la mesa. Around the table. Now that we learned how to identify items on a menu, let's learn some helpful phrases so we can politely and culturally appropriately enjoy meals and also order at a restaurant. If you walk into a restaurant but you just want takeout, tell the cajero or the cashier that you would like food para llevar, or food to go. However, if you do sit down, the waiter may first ask you, ¿Desea algo para tomar? Or, would you like something to drink? When you're ready to order your main course but you're unsure of what to get, you can ask the mesero or the waiter, ¿Qué recomienda? Or, what do you recommend? Once everyone has their food at the table, it's common that you or someone else will say, Buen provecho, before you start eating. This means something similar to bon appetit, and is used before a meal, when you leave from a meal, or when you walk somewhere and see someone eating. If you love the food you're eating, you can compliment your host or the chef by saying delicioso or qué rico, which also means delicious. If a toast is made at dinner, as the glasses clink together, you'll likely say salud or cheers. When the waiter comes to check on you at a restaurant, he or she may ask, ¿Desea algo más? Or, would you like anything else? However, if you don't want anything else and you're done eating, you can ask the mesero or the waiter, La cuenta por favor, or the check please. Good work using these practical phrases. I'll see you in our next adventure. Los verbos pretéritos. Preterite verbs. In this lesson, we will be learning about los verbos pretéritos, or verbs in the preterite form. Preterite verbs are verbs that express an action or state in the past. You can think of preterite verbs as the past tense. So, for example, the present tense would read something like, he throws the ball, because the action of throwing the ball is happening in the present. In contrast, the past tense would read something like, he threw the ball. The action of throwing is already completed and happened in the past. Do you see the difference between the two forms of the verb and how they communicate the timing of actions differently? Let's walk through how to communicate these past completed actions and states. First, we will walk through how to conjugate preterite verbs and walk through some examples, and then after we will do an activity to practice our conjugation. So let's get started with the lesson. Just like when we were conjugating present tense verbs, we first need to drop the AR, IR, and ER endings and add a new ending depending on who is executing the action. For AR verbs, the conjugations read as follows. Yo, tú, haste, él, ella, or usted, o. Nosotros, hamos, vosotros, hastáis, and ellos, ellas, or ustedes, harán. So now let's put this to practice. If we had the verb caminar, which means to walk, How do we conjugate this verb into the preterite form? First, we would need to drop the AR ending and then add the corresponding ending. Pause the video and try to fill out this chart. Good work! What did you come up with? Let's review these answers together. The conjugations for caminar read as follows. Yo caminé, tú caminaste, él, ella, or usted caminó, nosotros caminamos, vosotros caminasteis, and ellos, ellas, or ustedes caminaron. If you didn't get all of these correct, don't fret. We'll have plenty of time to practice later. Now let's take a look at ER-IR verbs. One nice thing about the preterite form is that unlike the present tense, the ER and IR verbs are conjugated the same way. This means there are less endings to memorize. Just like with all verb conjugations, you drop the ER or IR ending and add the endings corresponding to the pronoun executing the action. The conjugations for ER and IR verbs are as follows. Yo, y. Tú, iste. Él, ella, or usted, yo. Nosotros, imos. Vosotros, isteis. And ellos, ellas, or ustedes, ieron. Now let's practice these conjugations with an ER verb. So if we had the verb comer, which means to eat, how would we conjugate this into the preterite tense for all of our pronouns? Pause the video and try to conjugate this verb. How did it go? Hopefully you first dropped the ER ending and then came up with this. Yo comí. Tú comiste. Él, ella, or usted comió. Nosotros comimos. Vosotros comisteis. And ellos, ellas, or ustedes comieron. Now let's practice with an IR verb. How would you conjugate the verb escribir? Pause the video and practice this now. Good work! So hopefully you first dropped the IR ending and then came up with this. Yo escribí. Tú escribiste. Él, ella, or usted escribió. Nosotros escribimos. Vosotros escribisteis. And ellos, ellas, or ustedes escribieron. Making sense? Now let's practice with an activity. In this short activity, we will be asking you to practice conjugating verbs into the past tense. A short phrase will flash up on the screen, and you will be asked to conjugate it using the correct pronoun and conjugation of the verb. Make sure you remember and pay attention to the accent marks where necessary. Alright, so let's get started. Translate the phrase, she walked. If you said, ella caminó, you are correct. Translate the phrase, I ate. If you said, yo comí, you are correct. Translate the phrase, I talked. If you said, yo hablé, you are correct. Translate the phrase, you drank. If you said, tú bebiste, you are correct. Translate the phrase, they ate. If you said, ellos comieron, you are correct. Translate the phrase, we cooked. If you said, nosotros cocinamos, you are correct. Translate the phrase, I traveled. If you said, yo viajé, you are correct. Good work! You've now completed this activity. Remember that conjugating verbs is one of the most frustrating components of learning Spanish. So please, don't get discouraged if you did not get all the answers correct. We will have plenty of time to practice this in future lessons. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Vocabulario. Meses. Vocabulary. Months. In this lesson, we're going to learn the names of the 12 months of the year, as well as some other words that can help us talk about time according to a calendar. Although concepts of time are shaped by culture, luckily for us, Spanish-speaking countries use the 12-month calendar. This will make talking about time in months an easy translation for us. First, we will start with a lecture in which we will go through a list of vocab words, and then we will do an activity that will allow us to practice our new vocab words and also distinguish between present and preterite verbs. One thing to note that when writing about months in Spanish is that, unlike in English, months are not capitalized but rather left lowercase. One thing to note is that when writing about months in Spanish is that, unlike in English, months are not capitalized but rather left lowercase. Let's get started on the lecture and repeat after me. Calendar is calendario. January is enero. February is febrero. March is marzo. April is abril. May is mayo. June is junio. July is julio. August is agosto. September is septiembre. October is octubre. November is noviembre. December is diciembre. Year is año. Month is mes. Day is día. Día is an irregular noun because although it ends in an A, it is masculine, so the article that belongs with noun is el. Birthday is cumpleaños. Today is hoy. Tomorrow is mañana. Yesterday is ayer. Good work! We've now completed the lecture portion of this course. Now let's move on to an activity to practice what we have just learned. In this activity, a sentence in English will flash up on the screen. Your job will be to translate it using our new vocab words and also choosing whether you need to use the present or preterite tense of a verb. You will also need to conjugate that verb correctly. So, for example, if I had the sentence, I spend time with my friends today, I would first need to choose whether or not to use the past, the preterite, or present tense of the verb pasar. Because the sentence says today, indicating that an action is happening in the present, I would use the present tense yo form of the verb pasar. So my sentence would read, Paso tiempo con mis amigos hoy. Make sense? Let's get started. Translate the sentence. In March, he swam. If you said, En marzo, él nadó, you are correct. Notice that in the English sentence, the past tense of swim is used. Swam indicates that he swam in the past. The action is completed and is no longer happening in the present tense. This is why we use the preterite form of the verb nadar. How would you say the sentence, today is January? If you said, hoy es enero, you are correct. Notice that because the sentence said today, the action of being is happening in the present tense. Also notice that we use the verb ser instead of estar. This is because we're talking about some type of time. This is because we're talking about some form of time. When we talk about time, we always use the verb ser. Translate the sentence, in February, I go to the library. If you said, en febrero, voy a la biblioteca, you are correct. Notice that the verb go is an action that is happening in the present, so we conjugate the verb ir to the present tense. How would you translate the sentence, in December, I went skiing? If you said, en diciembre yo esquié, you are correct. Esquiar is conjugated in the yo form of the preterite tense because I went skiing. This action happened in the past and is completed. How would you translate the sentence, today we draw? If you said, hoy dibujamos, you are correct. How would you translate the sentence, yesterday we drew? If you said, ayer dibujamos, you are correct. Notice that in both of these sentences, the nosotros form of dibujar was conjugated the same way. However, we knew that the actions were taking place in the present or the past, depending on the context. Last sentence, hoy, today, indicated that the action was happening in the present. In this sentence, ayer, yesterday, indicates that the action has been completed and happened in the past. Translate the sentence, in May, they cooked. If you said, en mayo, ellos cocinaron, you are correct. Cooked with an ed at the end indicates an action that has been completed in the past. Therefore, we use the preterite tense in this sentence. Translate the sentence, my birthday is in July. If you said, mi cumpleaños es en julio, you are correct. This sentence is a little bit tricky. If the sentence read, my birthday was in July, we would use the past tense of the verb ser. However, because it read, my birthday is in July, is indicates a present tense action. Translate the sentence, in September they ran. If you said, en septiembre ellos corrieron, you are correct. Ran indicates an action that has been completed in the past, therefore we use the preterite tense. Translate the sentence, there are 12 months in a year. If you said, hay 12 meses en un año, you are correct. First, remember the verb haber that we were using? First, notice the verb haber that we were using. First, notice the he, she form of the verb haber that we have used in this verse. First, notice the word I. This is the he, she form of the verb haber. We use I to say there are. I is conjugated into the present tense because currently there are 12 months in the year. If this sentence had read, there were 12 months in the year, we would have used the preterite tense. Translate the sentence, yesterday I skated. If you said, ayer yo patiné, you are correct. Because of the word yesterday, we know that the action happened in the past. Good work. You have now completed this activity. This was a tricky activity to work with, so do not fret if you did not get all the answers right. Keep practicing and let's learn from our mistakes. Even if this lesson felt overwhelming, as we move forward, past lessons will begin to click with even more practice. Verbos irregulares en el pretérito. Irregular verbs in the preterite. Now, to make things a bit more complicated, the preterite tense also has verbs that are irregularly conjugated. In this lesson, we will be reviewing some of these verbs carefully. Know that we will not have time to review each and every irregular verb, so for now, we will just go over the verbs that are used most commonly and general patterns of irregular verbs in the preterite. Because these verbs are the exception to the rule, I want to preface this lesson by saying that it will take time and patience when we are attempting to conjugate these verbs. As we continue to progress through this course, these conjugations will come more and more naturally over time. So although this can be a frustrating aspect of learning Spanish, don't give up. The first set of conjugations that I want to go over is that of ir and ser. If you remember from our last lesson, ir means to go and ser means to be. However, in the preterite tense, these highly irregular verbs take on the same conjugations in the preterite. Let's look at these conjugations right now. Ir and ser in the preterite are conjugated as follows. Yo fui, tú fuiste, él, ella, or usted fue. Nosotros fuimos, vosotros fuisteis, and ellos, ellas, or ustedes fueron. So, in other words, if we wanted to say, yesterday we went to the library, I would say, ayer fuimos a la biblioteca. Additionally, if I wanted to say, yesterday was beautiful, I would say, ayer fue bonita. In both sentences, although the verb means two different things, in the preterite tense, they take on the same conjugations. Let's move on with some other preterite conjugations. Another commonly used irregular verb in the preterite is dar, which means to give. This verb is conjugated as follows. Yo di, tú diste, él, ella, or usted dio.
Nosotros dimos. Vosotros disteis. And ellos, ellas, or ustedes dieron. The fourth most commonly used verb in the preterite is ver, which means to see. It is conjugated as follows. Yo vi. Tú viste. Él, ella, or usted vio. Nosotros vimos. Vosotros visteis. And ellos, ellas, or ustedes vieron. And lastly, let's look at the verb hacer, which we know means to do or to make. Hacer is conjugated as follows. Yo hice. Tú hiciste. Él, ella, or usted hizo. Nosotros hicimos. Vosotros hicisteis. And ellos, ellas, or ustedes hicieron. There are also other irregular verbs conjugated in the preterite. We will not have time to go over all of these, but for now you can know that these irregular verbs will normally end in car, gar, zar, caer, oer, oír, and huir. For example, the verb jugar, which means to play, and leer, which means to read, are irregular because jugar ends in gar and leer ends in eer. Let's walk through these two conjugations now. Jugar is conjugated as follows. Yo jugué. Tú jugaste. Él, ella, or usted jugó. Nosotros jugamos. Vosotros jugasteis. And ellos, ellas, or ustedes jugaron. Leer is conjugated as follows. Yo leí. Tú leíste. Él, ella, or usted leyó. Nosotros leímos. Vosotros leísteis, and ellos, ellas, or ustedes leyeron. Although these are not all of the irregular verbs in the preterite tense, we will learn them as we go. For now, just know that verbs that end in car, gar, zar, caer, eer, oer, oír, and huir will most likely be irregular. For now, let's move on to an activity to practice conjugating our irregular preterite verbs. In this activity, we will be using our irregular verbs of ser, ir, dar, hacer, and ver. A sentence will flash on the screen in English, and you will have to translate it into Spanish using our new conjugations. So let's get started. How would you translate the question, how was yesterday? If you said, ¿Cómo fue ayer?, you are correct. Remember that the verb to be and ir are both conjugated the same way. How would you translate, what did you do yesterday? If you said, ¿Qué hiciste ayer?, you are correct. How would you translate, I went to the border? If you said, Fui a la frontera, you are correct. How would you translate the sentence, they saw butterflies? If you said, ellos vieron las mariposas, you are correct. How would you conjugate the sentence, the dog was good? If you said, el perro fue bien, you are correct. How would you translate the sentence, we went to the house? If you said, fuimos a la casa, you are correct. How would you translate the sentence, we saw the city? If you said, vimos la ciudad, you are correct. How would you translate the sentence, you made a bedroom? If you said, tú hiciste una habitación, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Remember to not get discouraged as irregular verbs are a very hard thing to master. Keep practicing and take breaks as needed. Vocabulario. Escuela. Vocabulary. School.
In this lesson, we will be learning vocabulary words that have to do with la escuela, or the school. These words can help us talk about what you yourself, your kids, or your friends are learning in a class. First, we will go through a lecture in which we will learn new words or phrases, and then after, we will practice with our words using an activity. Let's get started on the lecture. Repeat after me. Student is estudiante. Teacher is maestro. Book is libro. Pen is lapicero. Pencil is lápiz. Test is examen. College is la universidad. Desk is escritorio. Stapler is grapadora. Paper is papel. Computer is computadora. Science is ciencias. Math is matemáticas. English is inglés. Physics is física. Music is música. Art is arte. Biology is biología. Good work. Now let's move on to an activity to practice what we have just learned. This activity will work by flashing a phrase in English on the screen, and you will need to translate it into Spanish using our new vocab words that we have just learned. Feel free to pause the video if the answers are being revealed too quickly. How would you say, I am a student? If you said, soy estudiante, you are correct. Remember that in this sentence we use the verb ser since estudiante is considered a permanent part of your identity. How would you say, she is a teacher? If you said, ella es una maestra, you are correct. Remember that for this sentence we also use the verb ser. Also note that we use the feminine form of maestra since it is ella, a she, that is a teacher. How would you translate the sentence, I love to read books? If you said, me encanta leer libros, you are correct. Remember that the phrase I love is me encanta. Encanta does not end with an N because although libros are plural, a verb follows directly after encanta, which makes it singular, one singular activity. Translate the sentence, I have a pen. If you said, tengo un lapicero, you are correct. Notice that the article that belongs with lapicero is un. It is indefinite since it is a pen, not the pen. Translate the sentence, they have a pencil. If you said, ellos tienen un lápiz, you are correct. Remember that the verb to have or tener is irregular. Translate the sentence, yesterday I made a test. If you said, ayer hice un examen, you are correct. Remember that because this sentence starts with yesterday, we can already know that the verb made is going to be in the past tense, or the preterite tense.
Also remember that hacer is an irregular verb. How would you translate the sentence, I went to college? If you said, fui a la universidad, you are correct. Remember that the verb went is in the preterite since it is past tense. Also remember that the verb to go is irregular. How would you translate the sentence, we have desks? If you said, tenemos escritorios, you are correct. Remember that although tener is an irregular verb in the present tense, in the nosotros forms, tener does not take on the stem changing qualities. Translate the sentence, there are staplers. If you said, hay grapadoras, you are correct. Remember that the phrase there are is a derivative of the verb haber. Translate the sentence, she needs paper. If you said, ella necesita papel, you are correct. Translate the sentence, there is a computer on the desk. If you said, hay una computadora en el escritorio, you are correct. Remember that I is a version of the verb haber, which translates to there is or there are. Also, if you got this sentence correct, good job. We used 2 new vocabulary words in this sentence. Translate the sentence, we like science. If you said, nos gustan las ciencias, you are correct. Notice that because ciencias ends in an S, science is plural. So the verb of gustar will be conjugated into the plural form of gustan. Translate the sentence, he does not like math. If you said, él no le gustan las matemáticas, you are correct. Once again, because matemáticas ends in an S, gustar will be conjugated into its plural form. Translate the sentence, they study English. If you said, ellos estudian inglés, you are correct. Translate the sentence, I learn physics. If you said, aprendo física, you are correct. Translate the sentence, I listen to music. If you said, escucho la música, you are correct. Translate the sentence, they made art. If you said, ellos hicieron arte, you are correct. Remember that made is the past tense of make. Hacer is an irregular verb, so we have to conjugate it irregularly in the preterite. Translate the sentence, I am interested in biology. If you said, me interesa la biología, you are correct. Remember that the phrase, me interesa, directly translates to, it interests me. So interesa is conjugated into the él, ella, or usted form, and it is singular because biología is one singular subject. Good work! You have now completed this activity. If you did not get all the answers right, don't get discouraged. In this activity, we combined everything that we have learned thus far. It can be a little bit difficult to remember all of the rules and navigate how to form all of these complex sentences. Let's keep practicing and moving forward. Los adverbios. Adverbs. In this lesson, we will be talking about adverbs, or words that describe verbs. In English, we can identify an adverb by noticing words that end in ly. So for example, words like slowly, quickly, or rapidly would all describe an action that is taking place. Similarly, in Spanish, adverbs can also be identified in 3 different ways. In Spanish, adverbs can be identified by their endings of mente. Examples of this can be words like lentamente, rápidamente, or brevemente. They can also be identified when the pair of con and a noun are used to describe a verb. Lastly, there are also some adverbs that are just irregular phrases that modify a verb. We will go over these later. Let's take a look at each of these three categories a bit closer. If we wanted to create an adverb or modify an adjective to describe a verb, we can take the feminine form of the adjective and add mente on the end. So for example, if we took our familiar adjective of serio, we could convert it to an adverb by using its feminine form of seria and then adding mente to the end of it to form the adverb seriamente. This would directly translate to seriously. Let's take a look at some other examples of adverbs that end in mente. Feel free to repeat after me. Completely is completamente. Slowly is lentamente. Rapidly is rápidamente. Frequently is frecuentemente. Especially is especialmente. Another way to create adverbs in Spanish are to combine nouns with the preposition con, which means with. So for example, if I wanted to describe a verb by saying respectfully, I would take the preposition con and add the noun of respect to it, which is respeto in Spanish. Con respeto directly translates as with respect, but can also be thought of as respectfully. Let's look at some other adverbs that use this formula of con plus a noun to describe a verb. Feel free to repeat after me. Energetically is con energía. Happily is con alegría. Patiently is con paciencia. Clearly is con claridad. Skillfully is con habilidad. Lastly, some Spanish adverbs are merely just phrases to memorize. Let's walk through a few examples of the most commonly used adverbs and define their meaning. Sometimes is a veces. Almost is casi. Slowly is despacio. Always is siempre. Late is tarde. Little is poco. To review, adverbs in Spanish can end in mente, can be identified when you see con plus a noun in a sentence and it is used to describe a verb, or it can be identified as the irregular phrases that we just went over. So far, we have both found ways to describe verbs by identifying how to modify an adjective or noun, learned ways to identify adverbs, and also saw some examples of adverbs. So now let's take a look at some rules for how to use adverbs in sentences. One nice thing about adverbs is that because they do not modify a noun, we do not need to worry about making them agree with the subject in gender or number since they merely describe a verb. Additionally, they are almost always located either before or after the verb they are modifying. Alright, now that we have learned how to use nouns and adjectives to describe verbs and create adverbs, let's put some of these examples we have learned to practice in an activity. In this activity, we will need to form sentences using the adverbs we have just learned. A sentence in English will flash up on the screen, and you will be asked to translate it using our new adverbs. You will know to place the adverb either before or after the verb depending on how it is placed in the sentence in English. So for example, if the adverb comes before the verb in the English sentence, it will also come before the verb in your Spanish translation. Make sense? Feel free to pause the video at any point in time if you feel the answers are being revealed too quickly.
Otherwise, let's get started. Translate the sentence, the dog ate slowly. If you said, el perro comió lentamente, you are correct. Translate the sentence, he almost bought a house. If you said, él casi compró una casa, you are correct. Translate the sentence, she reads slowly. If you said, ella lee con despacio, you are correct. Translate the sentence, they always play. If you said, ellos siempre juegan, you are correct. Translate the sentence, we write clearly. If you said, nosotros escribimos con claridad, you are correct. Translate the sentence, she runs sometimes. If you said, ella corre a veces, you are correct. Translate the sentence, the rabbits live happily. If you said, los conejos viven con alegría, you are correct. Translate the sentence, she sang with energy. If you said, ella cantó con energía, you are correct. Translate the sentence, he arrived late. If you said, él llegó tarde, you are correct. Translate the sentence, the elephant walked rapidly. If you said, el elefante caminó rápidamente, you are correct. Translate the sentence, my cousin travels frequently. If you said, mi primo viaja frecuentemente, you are correct. Translate the sentence, she learns with patience. If you said, ella aprenda con paciencia, you are correct. Translate the sentence, you play guitar skillfully. If you said, tú tocas la guitarra con habilidad, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. If you did not get all the answers correct, don't be discouraged. Not only were we trying to use our new adverbs that we have learned and apply our grammar rules, we were also trying to figure out in each sentence whether we should have used the preterite or present tense of a verb. This is a lot of things to think about all at once. Let's keep moving forward and don't get discouraged. Vocabulario, la naturaleza. Vocabulary, nature. In this lesson, we will be learning some vocabulary words to describe nature. Since we have already gone over animals, we will mostly be focusing on aspects of nature that describe environments and landscapes. This lesson will work by first walking us through a series of vocabulary words, and then we will use these words in an activity at the end. Let's get started with the lecture portion of the course. Feel free to repeat after me to practice your speaking and pronunciation. Tree is el árbol. Flower is la flor. Stone is la piedra. Forest is el bosque. Jungle is la selva. Earth or soil is la tierra. Desert is el desierto. Beach is la playa. Mountains are las montañas. Volcano is el volcán. Waterfall is las cataratas. River is el río. Lake is el lago. Ocean is el mar. Good work! Now let's practice our new vocab words in an activity. In this activity, the question ¿Dónde está blank will flash up on the screen, and it will be your job to answer the question by both conjugating the verb estar into its correct present tense form and also identifying the location through looking at the picture. So, for example, if the question ¿Dónde está el gato flashed on the screen with a picture of a tree, I would need to answer the question by first conjugating estar into the correct form, which would be the él, ella, usted form, since the pronoun in the sentence is el gato. After, I would also need to identify that the cat is in the tree. My answer would then be el gato está en el árbol. Make sense? Let's get started. Feel free to pause the video at any time if the answers are being revealed too quickly. ¿Dónde está tu pie? If you said, mi pie está en la tierra, you are correct. ¿Dónde estamos nosotros? If you said, nosotros estamos en el volcán, you are correct. ¿Dónde están los pescados? If you said, los pescados están en el lago, you are correct. ¿Dónde están los insectos? If you said, los insectos están en la piedra, you are correct. ¿Dónde estás tú? If you said, estoy en las cataratas, you are correct. ¿Dónde están los tigres? If you said, los tigres están en la selva, you are correct. ¿Dónde estás tú? If you said, estoy en el bosque, you are correct. ¿Dónde están ustedes? If you said, estamos en el mar, you are correct. ¿Dónde estás tú? If you said, estoy en las montañas, you are correct. ¿Dónde están sus hermanos? If you said, mis hermanos están en el desierto, you are correct. ¿Dónde están sus abuelos? If you said, mis abuelos están en la playa, you are correct. ¿Dónde está el pescado? If you said, el pescado está en el río, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Las comparaciones. Comparisons. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to compare. Making comparisons is important as it will help us to talk about our opinions and have more complex conversations. During the first part of this lesson, we will go over the grammar of making comparisons, and then we will end with an activity so that we can put what we learned to practice. Let's get started.
The first rule we will go over is the most basic comparison rule of más or menos plus an adjective plus que. First, let's go over what más and menos means. Más means more, and menos means less. So with this phrase, we are saying that something is more or less blank than something else. In other words, we're making a basic comparison. For example, I could say, el traje es más grande que la corbata, or the suit is bigger than the tie, or I could say, la mariposa es menos grande que el gato, or the butterfly is less big than the cat. Make sense? The next rule we will go over is that of más or menos plus an adverb plus que. This rule is similar to our last rule, except instead of using an adjective, we're using an adverb to compare. In other words, we use this formula to compare how something is done. For example, if I said, Roberto lee menos lentamente que Marissa, I am saying Roberto reads less slowly than Marissa. I am comparing how we both read. The third rule is that of más or menos plus a noun plus que. We use this rule to talk about quantity or how many things someone has. For example, if I wanted to compare the number of dresses my mom and my cousin have, I would say, mi madre tiene menos vestidos que mi prima. In other words, my mom has less dresses than my cousin. Our last formula is just the simple de. This rule is a bit different than the others, which is why I thought it would be important to include. We use de to compare numbers. For example, I could say, mi madre tiene menos de 5 vestidos. In other words, my mom has less than 5 dresses. Make sense? Let's review these rules one more time. For basic comparisons, we used our first formula of más or menos plus an adjective plus que. To compare how something is done, we use our second formula of más or menos plus an adverb plus que. To compare quantity or how many, we use más or menos plus a noun plus que. And lastly, to compare numbers, we just use de. Make sense? Let's put these formulas to practice by using them in an activity. In this activity, a sentence will flash up on the screen. You will be asked to translate it from English to Spanish using what we have just learned about comparisons. Let's get started. Feel free to pause the video at any point in time if you feel the answers are being revealed too quickly. Remember that Spanish is best learned through reinforcement, use, and practice. So even if you're stumbling or getting some of the answers wrong, keep moving forward and learn from your mistakes. Translate the sentence, the dog is bigger than the cat. If you said, el perro es más grande que el gato, you are correct. Translate the sentence, they had less than 6 dogs. If you said, ellos tuvieron menos de 6 perros, you are correct. Translate the sentence, they read faster than us. If you said, ellos leen más rápidamente que nosotros, you are correct. Translate the sentence, she has more books than Marissa. If you said, ella tiene más libros que Marissa, you are correct. Translate the sentence, the house has more rooms than the library. If you said, la casa tiene más cuartos que la biblioteca, you are correct. Translate the sentence, she ran slower than Roberto. If you said, ella corre más lentamente que Roberto, you are correct. Translate the sentence, there are less than 5 students. If you said, hay menos de 5 estudiantes, you are correct. Translate the sentence, the dad is less tall than the mom. If you said, el padre es menos alto que la madre, you are correct. Translate the sentence, she travels less frequently than her mom.
If you said, ella viaja menos frecuentemente que su madre, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Remember to not get discouraged if some of these rules did not make sense or you got some of the answers wrong. Remember that Spanish is best learned through reinforcement, use, and practice. So learn from your mistakes, keep moving forward, and we will keep practicing. Vocabulario. El tiempo. Vocabulary. Weather. In this lesson, we are going to learn words and phrases to help us talk about el tiempo, or the weather. Learning to talk about weather is both a practical piece and a basic conversation starter of learning any language. This lesson will work by first taking us through a series of words and phrases to talk about weather, and then we'll end in an activity to practice what we have just learned. Let's get started with the lecture portion of this course. First, to begin, let's talk about the verbs we would use to talk about weather. The first, and probably most common way to talk about weather is with the verb hacer. To ask, what is the weather like? People commonly ask, ¿Qué hace el tiempo? Literally, this translates to, what does the weather do or make? This is because, as we previously saw, hacer literally means to do or to make. However, although this sounds silly to English speakers, in Spanish, this phrase makes complete sense. So we can think of the question, ¿Qué hace el tiempo? As a Spanish translation of, what is the weather like? To answer this question, we would respond with the verb hace. This is because el tiempo, or the weather, is a singular noun that is performing the action. So, for example, if it was hot outside, I would say, hace calor. Make sense? However, although hacer is the most common and widely used way to talk about weather, sometimes using hacer may sound awkward to native Spanish speakers. So it is important to note and mention that there are two other verbs that we can use to talk about weather. Those two verbs are estar, which we know to mean to be, and hay, which we know means there is or there are. So for example, we can say hay sol, which means there is sun or it is sunny, or está nevando, which means it is snowing. It should be noted that hay is less common than estar or hacer, but it is occasionally used. With that being said, you can also use the verb estar to ask questions about weather. Examples of this are, ¿Cómo está el tiempo? ¿Cómo está el clima? ¿Cómo está el cielo? Make sense? It may be a bit overwhelming to know when to use what verb with what phrase. Some phrases are interchangeable, while others, although they may be technically grammatically correct, they may sound awkward in everyday conversation. For now, you can think of using hacer with general feelings of weather, such as it is cold or hot outside. You can use both adjectives and nouns with hacer. In contrast, hay and estar describe more specific weather, such as it is snowing outside, está nevando, or there is thunder, hay relámpago. You can use hay with nouns, and you can use estar with verbs that describe weather. For the purposes of our lesson, we will be mostly using hacer and hay, as we have not yet gone over how to conjugate verbs when we pair them with estar. Also, note that if you were to use hacer in place of estar, or vice versa, people would know what you are saying and talking about. They may think that your speech sounds a bit awkward, but the conversation would make sense. As you begin to immerse yourself into more Spanish language contexts, words, phrases, and pairings will begin to sound more correct and incorrect. For now, let's move on to some other vocab words to talk about weather. Good weather is buen tiempo. Bad weather is mal tiempo. Heat is calor. Cold is frío. Rain is lluvia. Sun is sol. Lightning is el relámpago. Storm is la tormenta. Wind is el viento. Snow is nieve. Clouds are las nubes. Good work! Now let's move on to an activity. In this activity, a picture of some type of weather will flash up on the screen, along with the question, ¿Qué hace el tiempo? It will be your job to describe the weather by responding, hace sol, hace buen tiempo, hace mal tiempo, etc. In this activity, we will only be using the verbs hacer or I. For this activity, you can assume that hacer will always be used unless the prompt states that you need to use I. This will be written in the question, and I will also verbally remind you to use the verb I when I read the prompt. Alright, now let's get started. Feel free to pause the video at any point in time if you feel the answers are being revealed too quickly. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? In this response, make sure to use the verb I. If you said, hay nieve, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? If you said, hace calor, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? If you said, hace lluvia, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? If you said, hace frío, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? In your response for this question, be sure to use the verb I. If you said, hay relámpago, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? In your response, make sure to use the verb I. If you said, hay nubes, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? If you said, hace buen tiempo, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? Make sure in your response to this question, use the verb I. If you said, hay una tormenta, or hay tormenta, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? In this response, make sure to use the verb I. If you said, hay sol, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? If you said, hace mal tiempo, you are correct. ¿Qué hace el tiempo? In your response, make sure to use the verb I. If you said, hay viento, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity. Remember that language is best learned through reinforcement, use, and practice. So if some pieces of this lesson felt confusing or disorienting, don't worry. As you begin to immerse yourself more and more into different Spanish-speaking contexts, phrases will begin to sound right, and the rules that we have learned will no longer be as important to memorize, but rather will be guides to help you make sense of how to speak. Los demostrativos. Demonstratives. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to use demostrativos, or demonstratives. This may sound like a foreign concept, but once we start to dig into it, you'll realize that we use demonstratives all the time in our native English tongue. Let's take a look at what demonstratives are. Demonstratives are words that indicate a relation of place or distance from the subject of the sentence. In other words, they express proximity. In English, demonstratives are words like this, a word that expresses close proximity, or that, a word that expresses further distance. In Spanish, demonstratives are similar to English demonstratives. However, rather than only having two categories of this and that, Spanish also adds a third category that expresses even further distance, which is
that over there. Spanish demonstratives must also always agree with the noun in gender and number. Demonstratives always precede the noun they describe. Let's take a look at some of these words and then let's see how to use them in sentences. First, let's look at demonstratives that signify proximity. You can think of these words as this or these. These four words, este, esta, estos, and estas, all signify proximity and carry the same meaning. They only change based on the noun's gender and number. So for example, if I wanted to talk about a cat that was in close proximity to me, I would say, este gato, or this cat. That would signify that the cat was close to me. However, because demonstratives change based on gender and number, if I wanted to say these cats that were close to me in distance, I would say estos gatos, since the noun gatos is masculine and plural. Next, let's take a look at some words that mean that or those. These demonstratives signal distance. Once again, the only difference between these words are the gender and number. They all carry the same meaning of that or those. These words are ese, esa, esos, and esas. So for example, if I wanted to talk about a woman who is far away from me, but not too far away, I would say esa mujer. Since esa means that, which signifies distance, and also is the feminine and singular form of that demonstrative would be paired with the noun mujer. Similarly, if I wanted to talk about those women that had distance from me, I would say esas mujeres. This is because esas still signify distance, but they also agree with the noun in its feminine gender and plural number. Lastly, let's look at the last category of Spanish demonstratives that we don't have in English. This category of words means that or those over there. These words are aquel, aquella, aquellos, and aquellas. So for example, if I wanted to reference a bird that was over there, very far away, I would say aquel pájaro. Similarly, if I wanted to talk about multiple birds that were far away, over there, I would say aquellos pájaros, since the birds are way over there and the noun is plural and masculine. So let's review some rules about demonstratives one more time. Remember that you can choose which demonstrative to use depending on distance. Some of deciphering when to use which word will be relative to if the subject believes the other object is close, far, or farther away. Each of these demonstratives will come before the noun in a sentence. And lastly, demonstratives must agree with the noun in gender and number. Make sense? Let's do a short activity to practice what we have just learned. In this activity, you will have to pick the correct demonstrative to match the noun. A picture of a noun will flash on the screen along with a description of the distance it is from the subject of the sentence. Your job will be to pair the right demonstrative with the noun. So for example, if a picture of multiple fish flashed on the screen along with a description over there / far away, I would know that I am working with our last category of demonstratives, which are those over there, the demonstratives that signify the greatest amount of distance between subject and object. Next, I would need to choose the correct demonstrative that would agree with the noun pescados in gender and number. Because pescados is masculine and plural, the answer would be aquellos pescados. Make sense? Let's get started. Feel free to pause the video at any point in time if you feel the answers are being revealed too quickly. What demonstrative would signify that the dogs are right here or close? If you said estos perros, you are correct. What demonstrative would signify that the hat is far away but not over there? If you said ese gorro, you are correct. What demonstrative would signify that the chickens are over there, very far away? If you said aquellos pollos, you are correct.
What demonstrative would signify that the computer is far away but not over there? If you said, esa computadora, you are correct. What demonstrative would signify that the book is right here? If you said, este libro, you are correct. What demonstrative would signify that the tie is far away but not over there? If you said, esa corbata, you are correct. What demonstrative would signify that the eggs are over there, they're very far away? If you said, aquellos huevos, you are correct. Good work! You have now completed this activity.